वशिष्ठ राला नाही वशिष्ठ आला तो मी राला म्हणून
सर नाही करतो सर मी
9 ते सर 2 का 12 काय 9 ते 12
2 आहे.
ते उद्या
कोण होते
सर
How much time to start the meeting? Anyone? Thank you. आणि तुम्हाला यूज करून ठेवलं
Good morning, ma'am. Ashwini, ma'am. Just testing it. Can you please respond?
Yes, yes. Good morning, Sridhar ma'am. Good morning, Sridhar ma'am. Am I
Yeah,
audible?
Ashwini, ma'am. Am I audible to you?
Yes, yes, you are audible. Am I audible, Sridhar ma'am?
Uh, there's a lag at your end, ma'am.
Yes.
Testing sir. Break होतोय.
Sridhar ma'am,
Break
am I
होतोय.
audible?
त्यांचंच बंद आहे. Ashwini, ma'am.
Yes, Sridhar ma'am. Am I audible?
Ashwini, little be louder.
Okay.
You are not clearly audible.
Okay. Now am I audible?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I think there is
Yes,
some
ma'am.
echo.
Better. Can you please speak again, ma'am?
Sridhar ma'am, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, but little bit of it's not echo. Once again.
Hello, I am testing. Am I audible?
Yes, it's okay now.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Exon, please come here. Uh, तिने मला
म्यूट करो.
देशात हे चित्र दुर्मिळ आहे खरं म्हणजे अशा वेळेला हे बहुमताचं सरकार काम करत असताना राजभवनामध्ये पॅरलल समांतर सरकार चालू आहे आणि ते अनेक लोक आपले प्रश्न घेऊन राजभवनात जातात आणि राज्यपाल
दोन ओपन आहेत, दोन पैकी एक
हाँ
एक बंद करा. मला फुल स्क्रीन करा. म्हणजे इतका अर्थ नाही. आणि आता शेअर मध्ये इंडस्ट्री शेअर शेअर शेअर
आतापर्यंत होत होतं.
आता प्रेझेंटर नाही केलं
काय माहिती.
अरे काय करते
श्रद्धा.
Good morning, one and all. I warmly welcome the dignitaries from National Board of Accreditation, Directorate of Technical Education, Maharashtra State, all directors, principals, deans, head of departments, faculty members present here today in large numbers from various colleges across Maharashtra to the awareness webinar on outcome-based education and accreditation. The webinar is sponsored by NPA New Delhi and organized by the College of Engineering Pune in association with Directorate of Technical Education, Maharashtra State. Let us start by paying respect to the goddess of wisdom and knowledge with the symbolic lighting of lamp and Saraswati Vandan. I would now like to invite our beloved Dr. Mrs. Wahida Attar, Nodal Officer of today's webinar, to present the welcome address. Dr. Attar is professor and head of Department of Computer Engineering and IT in College of Engineering, Pune. She was the controller of examination at COEP for over 5 years. Dr. Attar has more than 20 years of teaching experience and 7 years of industry and research experience. She also worked as principal investigator for projects funded by All India Council of Technical Education and the Board of Research in Nuclear Sciences. More than 55 national and international research paper publications are to her credit. Dr. Attar has been the convener for various workshops, seminars, and international conferences. She is a senior member of IEEE, IET, and life member of IE, ISTE, and CSI. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ashwini. Good morning to one and all. Respected Professor K.K. Agarwal, Chairman, NBA Delhi. Dr. Anil Kumar Nasa, Member Secretary, National Board of Accreditation, Delhi. Professor C.R. Muthukrishnan, former Director in charge, IIT Madras. Professor Ranganath R.V., Professor from JMS College of Engineering, Bangalore. Dr. Abhay Vag, Directorate of Technical Education, Maharashtra State, Mumbai. Professor B.B. Ahuja, Director, College of Engineering, Pune. And all other functionaries from National Board of Accreditation, Delhi, Directorate of Technical Education, Mumbai, different functionaries from RO offices in Maharashtra, all the principals, heads, and my faculty colleagues from different engineering colleges across Maharashtra. I feel privileged to welcome you all on behalf of College of Engineering, Pune, to the awareness webinar on outcome-based education and accreditation, jointly organized by National Board of Accreditation, New Delhi, the Directorate of Technical Education, Maharashtra State, and College of Engineering, Pune. NBA is an autonomous body responsible for accreditation of higher education institutions in India. It is a full member of the Washington Accord. Over the period of its existence, NBA has introduced new processes, parameters, and criteria for accreditation that are in line with the best international practices and oriented to access the outcomes of the program. The Maharashtra being an educational hub, it has large number of Tier 1 and Tier 2 technical institutes operating under the able guidance of the Directorate of Technical Education, Maharashtra. From all these institutions, we have an overwhelming response of 1600 plus participants, and it's still going on for today's webinar. The event is also being streamed on YouTube today. We have today with us eminent speakers whom I have just now addressed, and they'll be enlightening us with the spectrum of topics related to NBA accreditation, like assessment methodology, assessment of program objectives, PSOs, PEOs, and COs, various guidelines, benefits, and the quality initiatives, about Washington Accord memberships and its advantages, also renewal of Washington Accord membership for the next 6 years, effective from June 2020, about our very own point of SAR, that is self-assessment report, and also future plans of NBA. As per my understanding, the individual course is the most granular component of SAR, that is self-assessment report. If every course teacher individually understands and implements the OBE at course level, it automatically builds a good modular SAR in the bottom-up approach, starting from this course level till the SAR level. So this webinar is an initiative of NBA, converting this pandemic situation challenge into an opportunity to educate, to reach every such individual faculty towards OBA. So I want to convey my heartfelt gratitude to the National Board of Accreditation and Directorate of Technical Education, Maharashtra, for giving us this opportunity to host this event at College of Engineering, Pune. I am thankful to Directorate of Technical Education, Maharashtra, for their help and support in reaching out all the engineering colleges in Maharashtra. And I thank all the dignitaries and participants for their valuable time and encouraging response. So special thanks to Atmaram ji from National Board of Accreditation and Tadas sir from Directorate of Technical Education, who coordinated along with me for connecting this activity. I once again welcome you all to this one-day webinar, and I wish all of us a fruitful and outcome-based learning through this particular webinar. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Over to you, Ashwini.
Thank you, Adar ma'am, for the welcome speech. Now, I would like to introduce participants to the Honorable Director of College of Engineering, Pune, Professor B.B. Ahuja. Professor Ahuja has served as chairman of...
Ashwini, yeah, I am a faculty here is more than enough. Let me speak. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Professor K.K. Agarwal, Chairman, National Board of Accreditation. Dr. Anil Kumar Nasa, the Member Secretary, National Board of Accreditation. Professor Muthu Krishnan, Professor Ranganath, Professor Abhayavad, Director of Technical Education, Maharashtra State. All the participants, my faculty colleagues, a warm welcome to each one of you this morning to this webinar on outcome-based education. Before I begin to say a few words, my heart moves out to none other than Dr. F.C. Kohli, who was our former chairman board of governors for long 14 years. And he passed away suddenly yesterday. And this is a great shock for all of us, fondly remembered as the father of IT industry in India. He also led NASSCOM at some point in time. He was the founder of TCS and laid number of milestones for the Tata Group in different capacities on different times. And the foundation of COEP as an autonomous institute was laid by him. He was also one of the architects to formulate the autonomous institute's policy at the state level. And his visionary approach and leadership helped COEP to excel. May I request all the participants, each one of us today on the platform, to observe 1 minute silence and we pay respects and pay our homage to the departed soul. 1 minute silence, please.
Hospitals मध्ये hospitals.
Thank you all. May I request all the participants to please mute yourselves. Thank you one and all.
Hello.
India, as we know today, is the third largest education system in the world. And India has a large, multi-layered, complex education system. And with this kind of complex education system, to have quality introduced at each of these levels is a task in itself. And in the domain of technical education, National Board of Accreditation has helped institutes to grow in delivering quality education. A few days ago, when I was speaking to our Director of Technical Education, Maharashtra State, Professor Abhay, I mentioned to him that NBA is organizing this one-day webinar for the state, and COEP has been given this opportunity to coordinate and host this webinar. He was so very excited. He said, this is the need of the hour, the need of the day. And he wanted that each and every faculty in the technical education domain take advantage and participate in this webinar, because he wanted that at no stage, at no point in time, Maharashtra state should lag, and we should always lead and lead with example. Such was his commitment, and he said that my entire office is available to disseminate this information and have as much participation, maximum participation from the state. I also have had the opportunity to work closely with Professor Agarwal. He's a person who comes with sheer simplicity and humility. For 10 long years, he was the founder vice chancellor of the GGS University, Indraprasth University, and has had a rich experience in the domain of education. And I'm so very glad that today he is going to address all of us and tell us about the new directions, about the new methodologies that NBA is adopting to grow institutes in technical education. Dr. Anil Kumar Nasa, the member secretary of National Board of Accreditation, has worked tirelessly for years to take NBA, the national board, to a different level altogether today. The processes over a period of time have evolved. Today, NBA is recognized for its credibility, its transparency, its robustness in the system that has been introduced over a period of time. And so comes the accountability as well. He too will address us today, telling us the different aspects of accreditation and the importance of bringing in quality in our delivery. National Board of Accreditation has strived very hard to ensure that India is part of the Washington Accord, and not once, but for the second time too, the National Board of Accreditation, with the support of all the members, Dr. Nasa has been able to achieve this for all of us. Especially the Tier 1 institutes stand to benefit largely from the board's signatory to the Washington Accord. We also have with us Professor Muthu Krishnan. I recall his visit to COEP. He was there as a chairman for one of our teams, because we had about 25 different programs, UG and PG, all going in for accreditation. This is way back in 2014. And COEP submitted itself to the outcome-based education format. All the undergraduate programs and all the eligible postgraduate programs underwent the accreditation process. And Professor Muthu Krishnan was here as chairman for one of the groups, because it was then and now also maximum 5 programs are accredited, the team that comes to the institute to ascertain the quality of education that is imparted. And I recall in those days, he said how important it was then for him that COEP grow in the domain of information security, machine learning, data sciences. It was then in 2015 that he made a mention of this. Very meticulously, he prepared our report, which we got to know He got a copy of this after the accreditation was declared, the process was over. Very meticulously written. And he too is going to address all of us today. And also my friend, Professor Ranganath, whom I had the pleasure of being with him. We were together for, as a part of the ABET team to understand the nuances of accreditation adopted by ABET. And he too is going to address all of us. So we have the best of speakers, and National Board of Accreditation, Professor Agarwal, Dr. Nasa, have taken it upon themselves to move to each state one by one, spreading awareness and the importance of quality education. It is quality and quality alone today will decide the future of our country. Much can be said, but I have been given very little time today. And I would like to thank and appreciate each of these speakers, in particular, Professor Agarwal, Dr. Anil Nasa, Professor Muthu Krishnan, Professor Ranganath, and also Dr. Abhay Wagh for leading the state from the front and for organizing this wonderful conference for us. Each faculty must understand the nuances, because over a period of time, these practices have been evolved, and what it means to deliver outcome-based education. What is it that we can do for our students? And how will our students stand in society in time to come? We are all responsible for this. We as teachers have an important role to play. It does not end with teaching learning, but it is also teaching, learning, and assessment, evaluation, which is a part of the entire process. And what is it that we can do for our country today through this quality-based system, outcome-based education system? Each one of us must answer this question. But today, we have with us these eminent speakers who have found time for us to tell us what it means to deliver outcome-based education. On behalf of the Directorate of Technical Education, on behalf of my colleagues here, on behalf of Dr. Wahida, I would like to thank the National Board of Accreditation for this yeoman service that is being done to the country and to the state, Maharashtra state. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir. We feel glad to be led by you always. The next dignitary to honor us with his presence is the esteemed Director of Directorate of Technical Education, Maharashtra State, Dr. Abhay Wagh. Dr. Wagh has been working in the field of technical education for last 29 years in various capacities. He has worked as Director, Maharashtra State Board of Technical Education, Mumbai, and as Deputy Secretary to Government of Maharashtra in Higher and Technical Education Department. Dr. Wagh was Joint Director, Deputy Director, and Assistant Director in Directorate of Technical Education, Maharashtra. He has worked as State Project Advisor for the World Bank Assisted Technical Education Quality Improvement Program Phase 2 for the state of Maharashtra. He has also worked for the prestigious Rashtriya Uchchatar Shiksha Abhiyan of the Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India. Dr. Wagh was State Nodal Officer for the Community College Project of MHRD, Government of India. He is recipient of many awards like Scotch Gold Award of Excellence, Promising Engineer Award for Institution of Engineers, Vidyan Nishtha Puraskar by Kanushri Pratishthan, Maratha Seva Sangh Award, Gaurav Patra, Kartavya Daksh Adhikari, to name a few. I now welcome Dr. Abhay Wagh and request him to say a few words. Over to you, sir.
Thanks a lot. Good morning, all. Am I audible to all?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, you are audible.
Thank you. Good morning, all. Chairman NBA, Shri Agarwal ji, a very good friend of mine, Dr. Nasa ji, who is a member secretary of NBA, all the resource persons available today for this session. Of course, my colleague, Dr. Ahuja, who is the director of COEP, who has taken this initiative ahead. All the principals, I think I came to know, and I have been briefed yesterday that all the institutions, at least from Maharashtra, all the faculty members, senior academicians, administrators, as well as the faculty members of all the engineering colleges and some technical institutions in the state of Maharashtra. I'm really happy today that we are all connecting digitally. And on the background of COVID, it was all negativity all over. We saw, and last 8 months, we saw that whole world was almost stopped in a position. And we also observed there is a tremendous fall in economy of every nation. The world is really needing, and we all, as engineers, should contribute toward this in a real fashion as an engineer, what I feel. And on this background, I really congratulate Agrawal ji and NASA ji, the chairman and member secretary in NBA, has taken this initiative that they have given this opportunity to Directorate of Technical Education. Of course, through us, Director COEP has taken this initiative to reach you all on the very vibrant, crucial issues of OBE and accreditation today. As we all know, why I'm saying this crucial and vibrant today, because we all know NAP has come because cabinet policy and cabinet has cleared this National Education Policy 2020. And on the verge of that, if we are looking into these OBE and accreditation aspects once again, really, I feel that as an administrator, as a policy maker of the state of Maharashtra, that we should change now the whole TORs. TORs, I mean to say terms of references. What were earlier in the OBE and accreditation will go away, and we will have to set another norms. We will have to set another standards as far as OBE and accreditations tools are concerned. And I'm very serious on this, taking a note that we all observe everywhere through a social media, print media, everywhere, that we actually say that India today needs engineers who are problem solvers. And when I say problem solvers, means they should have a capacity of solving the problems. A creative thinking has to be there in students. Recently, we all came to know and we heard that a Stanford University has conducted a survey wherein different states and different nations have been tested, and the students of different nations have been tested. A Russian student were tested, Indian students were tested, and of course, Chinese students were tested. It has been observed that definitely that the solving capacities, problem solving capacities, I mean, solving skills were less in India. No doubt they were excellent in their problem solving of theoretical nature was concerned. So when I say this point taking ahead, that if our students are really missing these skills, then why not we should think that our education system, our outcome-based education system should have a creative thinking component in each of the TOR. And taking this ahead, definitely I will refer a 6-level pyramid, but we talk always as far as which we call it as a Bloom's taxonomy. When I say 6 levels of Bloom's taxonomy, I mean to say the Indian system, I always say, and I always agree also that of these 6 levels of pyramid, of course, we all know right from bottom 3 levels, that is remembering, understanding, and applying. Our education system, somewhere I feel that we are not cross these 3 levels. We call it as our 3-layer system, that we are in a remembering mode, we are in understanding mode, and a 3rd level applying mode. Rather, we should push this system. We should set our targets that upper 3 systems of this pyramid, upper 3 levels of the pyramid, we should go on. And that is analyzing, evaluating, and creating. Why I feel so? Because when I talk about the faculty members everywhere in universities, in the state as outside the states, then you see the analyzing level, which is really taking a part of information to show the relationship, causes and connections. That is somewhere missing in the component of curricula, what I observe. Next level, fifth level comes as evaluating. If you see justifying our stand somewhere in a position has to be there, has to be defined in a curriculum. And then finally a sixth level we will reach, that is called as creating level. And that creation, I mean to say somewhere, produce or create something new to the world. So this is what I mean when I talk about a pyramid of 6 levels. Bottom 3 levels, we are simulated with that. Now, our OBE, what we are talking today, can we see that? Can we push these 3 levels to upper 3 levels with analyzing, evaluating, and creating, so that the apex of the pyramid we can achieve, that is creation, that is producing something new to the world. And that is what I mean to say, cognitive thinking has to be there in the students. And that is what I call it as OBL, that is outcome-based learning has to be there for the students. When I talk OBL, of course, OBE terminology is known to you all since last 5 years. When I was director MSBT, we formulated a curricula that time, and that was totally OBE based. I spoke number of times to NASA ji in that period also. We have conducted a national level seminar also at that time. And I invited Agrawal ji and NASA ji. I remember that time. But today, I really feel that taking this pyramid ahead and on the verge of NEP, I feel that it is a desperate need to tune these aspects, what I just now said. When we talk OB, we always speak about the assessment of POs, PSOs, POs, and COs. The assessment tools, of course, but a pedagogy aspect, exam reform aspect, assessment tool aspects, up to PBL, I mean project-based learning. These all aspects have to change their TORs in tune with now NEP. Because NEP has already clear. Now every state has been given a target, because we all know that it is a progressive policy came. It is tectonic shift in an education sector, what I feel. When I say a tectonic shift, means a concept of creative learning, what I just now explained to you, that 6 levels of pyramid has been taken in that whole 17 chapters of NEP. If you read NEP, really 63 pages of NEP, wherein first 9 chapters, there are overall 27 chapters. First 9 chapters, of course, of school education level, but 9 to 27 chapters are totally assigned to a higher education system, higher and technical education system. When I look through this policy, I can simply say that it is a tectonic shift, whole education sector as such. When I say tectonic shift, I mean to say there is a concept earlier what I used to see in curricula of university, swallow and omit. Just have it. There is no digestion at all. We are just omitting in the exam, and we are replicating it, we are reproducing it, and we are getting the numbers. The whole system has to be changed, and I'm really thankful to our cabinet that they have cleared this policy. Now it's a task given to all of us. Take this policy ahead, and this policy has to be seen in some 8 areas, what I have plotted, wherein today's topic is very much relevant, what I found. I mean to say, hello, I mean to say, is it my voice is there? Yeah. When I say OBL, of course, with this NEP alignment, then the first thing we should all think of, what is the change proposed in this NEP? Number 1. Number 2, the change management has to be there. There are certain changes, no doubt. These changes has to be accommodated and implemented in that state, in the state of Maharashtra, or as well other states also. When I say this, the third point will come as a priority. because priority has to be decided. Everything cannot be done when the policy has been launched. There are certain stages we will have to go. Some issues has to be tackled immediately.
If you are not-
Some issues will take some long-term policies and some issues will take some medium-term policies. So we will have to prioritize the things. That is also very important. We all know from 1976, the education sector is in a concurrent list. So state and as well as center has certain priorities of education. So we will have to see that the prioritization of implementation with the state and agency also has to be fixed somewhere. And fourth point is very expected, that is expected timelines has to be certainly set to this. When I say these timelines, the safeguards and the potential threats also has to be noted properly. And with the proper prerequisites and essential conditions has to be set for these changes. And lastly, I will say the resources required, whether those are financial, systematic, and regulations has to be changed, and the capacity buildings of all these 8 aspects. When you look through these 8 aspects, today, I appeal rather to all these faculty members. When this NEP we are discussing in these 8 type of parameters which I shared just now, can I appeal to you all today during this webinar, can I have really a white paper coming through this OBN accreditation that we can set out some terms of references? Does this NEP, how we will tune to this NEP which is coming 2020? And then I'll say, this is success of today's seminar, today's webinar, what we people have conducted. In a real manner, I can suggest those TORs to the state of Maharashtra because I am a task force member also. Professor Ahuja is also a member of that task force. I am a member secretary to that. And I can suggest to state of Maharashtra, yes, this NBA, as well as the accreditation process conducted by them, the OB processes of curricula, all the set parameters has to be tuned with NEPU. And if you people working today, all the faculty members, I urge, I have an appeal to you that can you suggest really a good references, terms of references today, your discussions, and can you submit it to the Directorate of Technical Education? I'll be really happy and I'll say this will be a real outcome of today's webinar. I really thankful to NASA ji, Agarwal ji, that they have given this task to the state of Maharashtra. We are always ready and supportive. College of Engineering Pune is a leading institution in the state, we all know, as well as in the nation. They are highly ranked in even all ranking processes also. And I am happy whenever such supportive things, the COEP is always there. So I congratulate Director of COEP conducting such a vibrant session and a right time of NEP. You all are meeting. I really expect a wonderful outcome from this session. Thank you all. Thanks to all.
Thank you, Wag sir, for your valuable suggestions and for your precious time. I am extremely happy to introduce Dr. Anil Kumar Nasa, Member Secretary, National Board of Accreditation, New Delhi. Dr. Anil Kumar Nasa obtained his bachelor's degree in textile chemistry from the Technological Institute of Textile, Bhiwani, master's degree in fiber science and technology, and doctoral degree on the thesis titled Technical Education System, Accreditation Process and Improvements from IIT Delhi. He served in different capacities in various textile industries. He joined Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India in 1990 and was working as Deputy Educational Advisor Technical before joining National Board of Accreditation as Member Secretary. Dr. Nasa has dealt with various important development schemes of technical education in the Ministry of HRD, AICTE, and has contributed significantly in the planning, formulation, and implementation of various schemes of technical education. He has been associated with the approval and accreditation of technical institutions programs at regional as well as national level in AICTE. He has more than 10 research papers to his credit and is reputed national and international journals and national and international conferences. I request Sir to highlight webinar objectives and provide insight on NBA accreditation process. Welcome, Sir.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible to all of you.
Yes, sir.
Hello, I'm audible to all of you.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, sir. Yes. Sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
You're audible, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Honorable Chairman, National Board of Accreditation, Professor Agarwal, sir, and my dear friend, Dr. Abhay Wagh, Director, Technical Education, State of Maharashtra, and my dearest friend, Professor B.B. Ahuja, Director, College of Engineering, Pune. He is also one of honorable member of various committees of National Board of Accreditation. Madam Wahida, and all members of the COEP who have been working hard to make this event a success. Professor C.R. Muthu Krishnan, sir, forward Deputy Director of IIT Madras. My dear friend, Professor R.V. Ranganath, Professor of BMS College of Engineering, Bangalore. Both these eminent speakers have been associated since long. I know for the last 6-7 years, the day I joined, and even before in 2004 also, Professor Muthu Krishnan sir were involved with accreditation. I welcome all of you, sir, to this awareness webinar on outcome-based education and accreditation. Under the leadership of Professor K.K. Agarwal, we had again become member of Washington Accord. We got extension of an Washington Accord permanent membership for another period of 6 years. And I'm happy to tell you that Professor C.R. Muthu Krishnan sir was chairman of one of the committee which was observed by the visiting team of the Washington Accord, and Professor R.V. Ranganath, he was observer, he was facilitator of NBA in both the visits which the Washington Accord team members had taken. So both these experts have been associated with the international practices, and this has been done by none other than the guidance of Honorable Chairman of NBA. The objective of this workshop is to make you aware about NBA, the accreditation process, the basic philosophy of program outcomes, course outcome based on outcome-based education and accreditation, application process, and filling up the self-assessment report, because many institutions face difficulty in understanding the basic concept of outcome-based accreditation. In the forthcoming presentations and addresses, Professor K.K. Agrawal sir will give you an overview about the accreditation, international practices, and basic concept of the accreditation, which needs to be reviewed, keeping in view the national policy on education, which has been announced very recently. And Professor C.R. Muthu Krishnan sir will be dealing with the basic philosophy of assessment tools of program outcomes and course outcomes. And Professor Ranganath will address upon the filling up of the self-assessment with each and every criteria and sub-criteria. with these words, I once again welcome all the participants. I have been told that there's a huge participation. This is because of the continuous efforts of Director Technical Education, my friend Dr. Abhay Wagh, and my dearest friend Professor B.B. Ahuja. I'm thankful to both of them for making this event a success, and I am thankful to the Honorable Chairman, who in spite of his busy schedule has kindly consented to give his inaugural address and the changes required in the national education policy. Thank you very much. Thanks to all of you, and I'm thankful to Professor Atmaram and Sarmolji, who have been coordinating from NBA for making this event success. Thank you very much, and I'll come back to you after the inaugural address of Honorable Chairman NBA. Thank you very much.
Extremely thank you, NASA sir. I am profusely elated to take an opportunity to introduce Professor K.K. Agrawal sir, Chairman, NBA New Delhi. Professor Agrawal obtained his Bachelor of Engineering degree from Punjab University and Master's degree from NIT Kurukshetra. Later, he did his PhD also from NIT Kurukshetra. After a distinguished service of 27 years at NIT Kurukshetra, Professor Agrawal served as a Pro Vice Chancellor GJU Hisar for a period of 3 years, and then as Founder Vice Chancellor of GGS Indraprastha University, Delhi for a period of 10 years. He has been President of Institution of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineers IETE for a period 2002 to 2004. President, Computer Society of India from 2007 to 2009, and President of Southeast Asia Regional Computer Confederation from 2008 to 2010. Professor Agrawal has also been associated with NBA in various capacities since its inception and was Chairman EEAC Tier 2 before taking over as Chairman NBA on 14 January 2019. I kindly request Agrawal sir to address the participants.
Thank you. Dr. Abhay Wagh, Director of Technical Education, Government of Maharashtra. My dear, very dear friend, Professor B.B. Ahuja, Director, College of Engineering, Pune. Professor Mrs. Wahida Atar, the coordinator for this program. My colleague in National Board of Accreditation and the force behind all activities of National Board of Accreditation, Dr. Anil Kumar Nasa, and the two most eminent experts we have to deal with the subject today, Professor C.R. Muthukrishnan and Professor P.V. Rangana, and so many distinguished participants who have joined here this morning. Friends, having listened to Professor Ahuja, Professor Wagh, and Dr. Nasa, I am deviating from what I firstly prepared to talk, but I will go with the emotions which have been experienced here. First of all, I think I like to personally join in remembering Professor F.C. Kohli, who was the former chairman of this college. And I remember when the autonomy to this college was being discussed, I think he discussed it with me for about half a dozen times as to how does autonomy help. That was his commitment to autonomy. That was his commitment to the growth of the institution, quality institutions. And I'm so happy today, after so many years, National Policy of Education does talk about autonomy in a very big way. So that's one of his vision realized in his lifetime, latest part of his lifetime. My personal tributes to him. I still remember when I was working in the area of quality and reliability, the very first project he had assigned to me when he was in telco was to study the state of quality of electric supply in India. And then when he moved on to TCS, I moved on to software and all that. So there are so many persons here who are so much indebted and attached to him. Professor Muthukrishnan is one of them. And we all believe much of the computer science quality assurance is because of Shri F.C. Kohli. And today when we talk about quality, we obviously remember him, particularly on the portals of this college, which is shaped quite a bit. Friends, College of Engineering Pune is not new to me. Professor Ahuja has been helping us in the National Board of Accreditation in so many ways. And not only Professor Ahuja alone, several faculty members of this great college have been helping us in various committees. And I would like to convey my thanks to them on this occasion. Well, ultimately, it is the teachers who take the accreditation forward, who take the outcome-based education forward. None else can do it. And I myself have visited COE Pune, I think twice, for the purpose of accreditation, interacted with the faculty, and I know the capacity and the potential of the faculty of COE Pune. I would rather like to suggest the faculty of COE Pune has to now reach out and mentor many other colleges in the state who are less fortunate than COE Pune to make sure that outcome-based education gets the routing which it deserves to. I fully agree with the remarks made by the Director Technical Education, Dr. Abewal, about the National Policy of Education. Friends, when I go through the National Policy of Education, I really find it's only trying to put things in different words. I really feel National Policy of Education and outcome-based education are almost synonymous. The policy itself reflects completely the outcome-based education. As a matter of fact, in one of the webinars at the national level, I did say, probably this policy is one of the documents which is a case study on outcome-based education. It is for the first time we define what should a citizen have, what should a global citizen have, and then worked backwards to formulate it should be multidisciplinary education, it should be early childhood education, it should be value-based education. All that was derived after defining the outcomes expected of a graduate in this country. And therefore, I would request and agree and echo the words of the Director of Technical Education. Let all teachers study this policy carefully, and all the more so study this policy as an SAR for outcome-based study. We defined the outcome first and then went downwards. So if this policy is digested as how outcome-based education comes, it really helps us a lot. Friends, the webinar today has been listed as outcome-based education and accreditation. Let me first of all clarify that these two are very different concepts. Outcome-based education is a teaching learning process, and accreditation is a measurement of the status of quality of what you have achieved. The two are not synonymous, which sometimes is being taken in this country. Why it has been taken in this country is because for whatever historical reasons, outcome-based education in this country came from engineering education. National Board of Accreditation wanted to become a member of the Washington Accord. Washington Accord mandated us to go for outcome-based education, and therefore outcome-based education became an essential ingredient of accreditation process of NBA. But having said that, outcome-based education is a complete different formulation of teaching learning process. And in the world history, it started from school education. The very first book on outcome-based education is by a school teacher teaching sociology. So it has nothing to do with engineering, it has nothing to do with technical education. As such, outcome-based education is a complete mindset of education, And if I put this mindset in 2 words, if you don't talk about outcome-based education, you talk about education as when and how. When is somebody fit to be engineer? Has he achieved 90% marks so that I can give him admission into engineering? That is our way of working. While a 70 percentile could also be a very good engineer. That the system forgot about. And then how do we do it? We CGPA. If he gets CGPA, fine. If he completes 180 credits, then he has become an engineer, irrespective of anything else. So our focus had been when and how. While outcome-based education says focus has to be what and whether. What was supposed to be achieved? Let's put on a piece of paper what was supposed to be achieved. And that is, those of you who are familiar with the process, we have 12 graduate attributes, which can be added with a couple of program-specific outcomes. And that is what we list out, what must be achieved. So that is the first requirement of outcome-based education. And second is simple. Whether these have been achieved or not, answer has to be yes or no. So finally, therefore, all over the world, the trend of accreditation is yes or no. It's not A, B, C, D. It is not 3 years, 5 years, 6 years. It is whether it has been achieved or not. And finally, I think stage has come where we will have to understand that the outcome-based education will vary from institution to institution, will vary from, to some extent, student to student, because you have to find out the potential of each institution, each student in a particular environment, and then define the outcomes. To expect the same outcomes from an IIT graduate than from another engineering college where resources are 10% of an IIT will be practically very difficult to achieve. And therefore, this policy also says that outcome-based education always said, let us define what is expected. The most beautiful quote which I read on this is, if you ask a fish, I'll accredit you if you learn how to climb up the tree. Well, fish will never succeed in getting accreditation because fish has not been designed by nature to climb up the tree. You have to set higher swimming targets for the fish. Similarly, you have to set higher climbing up targets for the monkey. So for different situations, you have to set different targets and then define the outcomes and then take it forward. So I'm so happy that today, of more than 1,500, 1,600 senior teachers are attending. Outcome-based education comes and only comes when teachers reorient themselves. It does not come from a circular issued by the Director of Technical Education. It does not come from a circular issued by the Director of COE Pune. Outcome-based education will happen only and only when every teacher starts believing in the philosophy of outcome-based education. And my 2 simple tests are, after you have taken a lecture, at the end of the lecture, can you answer yourself? Does your lecture help the student to achieve at least one of the 12 graduate attributes? Yes or no? If you can answer yes, then lecture is justified. If you can't answer, then the lecture is not justified. Similarly, whenever you set a question paper, even part of a question, does this question test one of the attributes of any graduate attribute? If you can answer this yes, then the question paper is justified. Otherwise, it's not justified. So if as a teacher you start doing these 2 tests every day, every hour, then outcome-based education is done. And the great efforts which will be put in by Dr. Nasa, Professor Muthukrishnan, Professor Ranganath today in giving you the nitty-gritties and putting the nuts and bolts together will resound to a great success. With these words, I think I leave the stage to the great speakers to sensitize you on outcome-based education. And once you are good in outcome-based education, let me tell you, you blindly apply for accreditation, you will get it. You will get it. You don't have to prepare for accreditation. You have to prepare for outcome-based education. You have to prepare for good faculty. You have to prepare for good research papers. You have to prepare for good practices. Accreditation should be an automatic flow out of the things. That is what I wish to achieve. And I hope with the great institution coordinating this and great support of Directorate of Technical Education, let Maharashtra may give us a lead to increase the percentage of accredited institutions, which in any case, National Policy of Education has made it mandatory that accreditation will become mandatory. National Board of Accreditation, our very dynamic secretary, Mr. Nasa, will be always with you to help, whatever help we can. And we assure you all the best. And I wish this program a great success and look forward to great deliverables at the end of the day. Thank you for making me a part of this inaugural ceremony and wish you all the best. Thanks a lot.
Sir, thank you for your kind words, sir. And thank you for paying homage and remembering Dr. Kohli, sir. And sir, we are grateful to you because we had the good opportunity of having you visit COEP on 2 different occasions as chairman of the committee. In fact, all the speakers today have visited COEP, including NASA Saab, but that was for a seminar that we had long back. And I'm so very happy that all of us, all the speakers today are connected to COEP in some way. And sir, on behalf of COEP, I would assure you and the National Board and Dr. Nasa Saab that we will help and contribute in every aspect to grow outcome-based education. The faculty here are all very anxious and they are all eager to contribute and help this grow, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We'll visit again. Don't worry. Keep on doing the good work.
Yes, yes, surely, sir, surely. We will have more of you, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Agrawal, sir, for having faith in all the faculties, and this actually motivates us to serve better. May I now request Dr. Anil Kumar Nasa, sir, to provide insights on the NBA accreditation process. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I am thankful to Honorable Chairman for enlightening us about NPE and giving the overall perspective of the National Board of Accreditation and how the institutions should grow by applying outcome-based accreditation, education, and taking various steps. The accreditation will come automatically. Thank you, Professor Agarwal, sir. And I'm thankful to Professor Ahuja also for his kind words. Now I'll present the various aspects of National Board of Accreditation. National Board of Accreditation was established in 1994 under an Act of Parliament of AICTE 1987. It was established as one of the Bureau of the AICTE Act, and it was in the year 2007 that Washington Accord, the Secretariat, IEA, International Engineering Alliances, appointed two mentors to India so that we can become permanent signatory to the Washington Accord. We became provisional member in 2007. After that, those two mentors were appointed by IEA, and based on their advice and recommendations, NBA became autonomous in 2010. Till they told us that the regulatory body and accrediting agencies should be different. That's why in April 2013, the MOA and rules of NBA were amended to make it completely independent of AICTE, administratively as well as financially. NBA is now completely independent in its functioning for decision making as well as financially also. We do not receive any grant either from the government or from any regulatory body of technical and higher education. As Professor Ahuja in his inaugural speech told that NBA is totally a credible system. This is because of the involvement of these personalities which make NBA as a credible system. I'm very fortunate that we had team members, whether it includes the visiting team or the decision-making team, who are very credible. The credibility of the system lies, next slide, in the integrity, professionalism, ethics. Next slide. In the integrity, honesty, expertise, and professionalism of the evaluators and the decision-making committees. Because evaluators, they are the face of NBA. We as NBA do not go to the visits. These are only the evaluators who are visiting the institutions and maintaining the credibility of National Board of Accreditation. I'm thankful to all my team members, all the visiting team members, and the decision-making team members in helping us in maintaining the credibility of the accreditation system. As far as transparency is concerned, we discuss the report of the visiting team in the meeting of Engineering Accreditation Evaluation Committee in presence of all the team chairs. Presumably, there are 10 visits in a month, so all the 10 visit team chairs are present in the EAC meeting and they have full freedom to discuss the report of a particular institutions. The recommendation of these AAC are considered in the subcommittee of Academic Advisory Committee, which is chaired by the Honorable Chairman of National Board of Accreditation. And the copy of the report, visiting team report, is sent to the institution as it is. We send a photocopy of the report. And if there is any change in the decision from the visiting and the decision-making committees, that reason for the change are also communicated to the institution. In addition, we also get 360-degree feedback from the institution, from the evaluators, and from the team chairs. So each one of them have to give the feedback about the remaining two. For example, chairman has to give the feedback about the institution as well as evaluators. Similarly, institutions are also supposed to give the honest feedback about the visiting team chair as well as the evaluators. I request all the team, the representative of the institutions which are attending this workshop, that whenever the committee visits their institution, they should give us honest feedback about the team chair and the evaluators. No such false allegations should be sent, but it should be due to its words, due to its behavior, and it should be completely unbiased report, so that if there are any deficiencies, if there are any issues which can be taken up by us, so that further improvement in the process can take place. Based on various feedbacks and all, we have slashed our evaluator pool from 1200 to around 500. We have at present around 500 visiting team members who visits the institutions, and we are having a very rigorous process of selecting the team evaluators. The visit of the institution usually take place on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and during this as 2.5 day visit, because Friday and Saturday are the visiting days and the Sunday is supposed to be the exit day meeting. During this time, the team has discussions with the head of the institution, dean, head of the department, program, course coordinators, management, faculty members, alumni, students, and employers. And on Sunday, during the exit meeting, the team chair presents the strengths, weaknesses, or deficiencies or the concerns to the institution about the institutional level criteria, and that respective team evaluators give strengths, weaknesses, and concerns and deficiencies about the programs. Next. And in the exit meeting, you have also been given an opportunity to withdraw from the process of accreditation, and that should be given well in advance before the team leaves the institute. And that should be given in writing. And once the team has left the institution, no such request is entertained by NBA. For us, accreditation is a process of quality assurance and improvement, whereby a program in an approved institution is critically appraised to verify that the program continues to meet and/or exceed the norms and standards prescribed by the regulator from time to time. And it is a kind of recognition which indicates that a program fulfills the desired standards. And our policy, next slide. And our policy is, next slide. And our general policy, the purpose of the accreditation is not to find faults with the institutions, but to assess the status ante of the performance, not to denigrate the working style of the institutions and its programs, but to provide feedback on the strengths and weaknesses, not to demarcate the boundaries of quality, but to offer a sensitizing process for continuous improvement in quality provisions. It is also not to select only institutions of national excellence, but to provide benchmark of excellence and identification of good practices. Our policy on next. Our general policy on accreditation is that program, not the educational institutions, are considered for accreditation. Usually we see an advertisement of the institution that XYZ College of Engineering is accredited by NBA, which is a completely wrong statement. Advertisement should say that BE, mechanical engineering or civil engineering or electrical engineering, as the case may be, are accredited by NBA and not the institution as a whole. There is a separate body which is NAC, which accredits educational institutions and not the programs. And the second condition is the program for which at least 2 batches of the students have graduated are considered for accreditation. Next. This is what Professor Agarwal also in his inaugural speech told, that outcome-based education is what the students need to learn and not what the teacher wants to teach, and what the students should demonstrate to the professional world. Accordingly, the institutions should design the both curricula and delivery mechanism, that is teaching strategies to build the required skills and competence. Next. पूरा कर दो, इसमें word one by one आता है. This outcome-based accreditation is based on the knowledge and competency profiles, which we say that graduate attributes in different parts of the world. These are known as program outcomes, learning outcomes, or the graduate attributes, student learning outcomes. These are the different nomenclature used in the world. We call here in the program outcomes. These are the 12 graduate attributes which have been given by the International Engineering Alliance Secretariat for the Washington Accord, which is dealing with the undergraduate engineering programs. These graduate attributes are engineering knowledge, problem analysis, design and development of solutions, investigation, modern tool usage, engineer and society, environment and sustainability, ethics, individual and team working, communications, project management and finance, and lifelong learning. I'll not go into the details because these will be discussed by Professor C.R. Muthukrishnan sir and Professor R.V. Ranganath once they are presenting their case. Next. The second advice which was given by the mentors was that India is having a very multiple layered and complex system of technical education in the country. On one hand, we had NITs, IITs, ISCs, autonomous organizations, then universities, deemed universities, state private universities. So we have a different structure in the country, so which they were not aware of, because usually there are in other parts of the world they are universities or the institutions they call, They're all autonomous type of institutions which have their control on their own syllabus and having their own examination system. What they suggest is that India can be divided, the technical education system in the India can be divided into two categories, that is autonomous and non-autonomous. That is tier 1 and tier 2. So tier 1 is for autonomous institutions and tier 2 is for a non-autonomous institution, that is those colleges which are affiliated to a university. Even in the university, constituent colleges of the university, if they are following the same syllabus and examination system as that of the affiliated college of that university, that will also be treated as a tier 2 institutions. If the constituent colleges are having their own syllabus and having their own examination system, then they can be considered under tier 1 category. For these both type of categories, the criteria remains the same, but the weightage differs in tier 1 and tier 2 institutions. Weightage, please. Next. If you see the blue colors, this is more weightage given to those particular type of a category. For example, program, curriculum and teaching learning is given more weightage in tier 2. Course outcomes and program outcomes are given more weightage in tier 1. And student performance is given more weightage in tier 2 institutions, and the continuous improvement is 75, which is tier 1 institutions. The more weightage is given to tier 1 institutions. We have 10 criteria. First 7 criteria are the program specific criteria and remaining 3 are the institution specific criteria. Details of this will be given by Professor R.V. Ranganath once he is telling you about the self-assessment report. Next. As far as the decision making is concerned, the tier 1 grades, we are giving the decision based on the grades they receive in various categories, various criteria. That is, if criteria attains the marks of 75% or above, then this is known as Y, which is fully compliant criteria, and the marks are between 60 to 75. This is criteria with concern. We call it as C. And the marks in the particular criteria is 40, and between 40 and 60, then it is criteria is said to be weak, we call it as W, and less than 40% is deficient, that is D. Next. Next. The award of accreditation under tier 1 is for 6 years, there should be no D and W in any of the criteria, and at least the 7 criteria must be fully compliant, and remaining only 3 can be concern. So there should be no D and W out of 10 criteria, and out of 10 criteria, there should be at least 7 Ys. The number of PhD available in the department, not in the program. We are calling it in the department. That should be greater than or equal to 30% of the required number of the faculty, averaged over 2 academic years, that is current academic year and current academic year -1. For COVID reason, this year we have shifted our focus of CAY from 1st September to 1st January, because the admissions in some of the states have not taken place. In some states, the examinations were also not held. So previously, in all the years, we used to call the current academic year starts from 1st of September. But for 2021, I repeat, for 2021, the current academic year will start from 1st January 21. So this is the change. Previous years will all remain the same. That is from 1st September to 30th of April. The admissions at the undergraduate program should be more than equal to 75% at the institutional level and 60% average over a period of 3 years for the program level institutions. And the faculty student ratio should be less than or equal to 1:20. We have recently changed it from 1:15 to 1:20 because AICTE mandates as 1:20, and the management of various institutions were not ready to have more teachers keeping 1:15. So none of the institutions were getting accreditation for 6 years. So our committee, our board has decided that we should also maintain this as 1:20. So this is a recent change. This is also average over 3 years, CAY, M1 and M2. Next. At least 2 professors or 1 professor and 1 associate professor with PhD degree should be available. HOD should be the PhD in the current academic year. So in nutshell, Y shall be greater than or equal to 7, remaining can be C, and there should be no D and W in any of the criteria. Next. Accreditation for 3 years is that the Y should be equal to or greater than in 4. The admissions in the UG program under consideration should be more than or equal to 60%. Here it is only for program. This is not for institution. So the institutional level criteria for 3 years minimum admission criteria has been removed. It is only at the program level consideration 60%, which also include lateral entry average over 3 academic years. That is current academic year -1, -2 and -3. So this CAY admissions will not be taking place, will not be considered. This will be the previous 3 years, that is the second year. Second year includes the lateral entry, the admissions plus the lateral entry, that percentage should be 60%. So a huge respite has been given to all the institutions where they were not getting students in lesser demand, the programs which were in less demand, for example, civil, mechanical and all, but there was huge demand in computers, IT and electronics. So this has been, the institutional level has been removed, and for undergraduate also we have given respite that we will include the lateral entry students also. So that more and more institutions come to us for accreditation. They should start their registration process because NEP has also given more emphasis on accreditation rather than approval. Another condition is at least 2 professors or 1 associate professor and 1 professor should be there. And the faculty student ratio for 3 years is 1:25. Keep it at 1:20 because 1:25 has been done keeping in view there are some number of vacancies and there may be some people who will be leaving in between and some new people may be joined. So we will consider only the faculty which has been appointed from before 1st of September in the current academic year. But for the current academic year 2021, which starts from 1st January 21, the faculty which will be appointed till 31st of December will be calculated for the current academic year 2021. For the remaining 1920 and 1819, 1st September remains the same. But for 2021, because of the COVID, because the admissions have not taken place, the classes are going to start now or maybe in January. Somewhere it has already started. So we have taken this date as 31st December. Next. Number of PhD should be 20% of the required number of the faculty, and HOD should be PhD. If you apply now, then your current academic year will be 1920. If you apply in January, your current academic year will be 2021. And there should be no D in the criteria, in any of the criteria. Next. And if they don't meet these criteria for 3 years, the program is not given any accreditation. Next. As far as tier 2 is concerned, we don't consider grades. We calculate them. We only see the number, the marks which have been obtained by in a particular program. And if a program scores 750 marks in aggregate out of 1000 points with the minimum score of 60% in mandatory fields, that is criteria 4 to 6. Number of PhD should be equal to 30% as there was in tier 1 institutions, the admission 75 and 50%. There it was 60%, it is 50%. For 6 years, we had taken the admissions at the institutional level also. but this can be reviewed later on. Let us see, let us experiment, let us pilot these things. And based on the experience we receive in the 3-4 months, we will have a different look at the institutional level at 6 years also. Next. The faculty student ratio is again here also, it is changed, it is 1:20 for 6 years. So the faculty student ratio in both tier 1 and tier 2 for 6 years has been reduced from 1:15 to 1:20. At least 2 professors and 1 associate professor, that is the same as that of a tier 1, and HOD also that's that of a tier 1. Next one.
Laptop, so can I join the meeting by meeting ID and pass? If yes,
Sorry?
then please share. Huh?
Sorry? As accreditation of 3 years on a program of fulfillment of the following conditions, that is, program should score at least 600 points with at least 40% marks in criteria 5, that is faculty information and contributions. The admissions in this UG program for tier 1 is 50% instead of 60% that was in tier 2. This also includes lateral entry students. So we will calculate the admissions of the second year, that is first year plus lateral entry, the number of students in the second year, the admissions which have taken place in the first year plus the lateral entry, and that should be equal to 50%. For example, if you have an intake of 60, you have got 20 students in the first year and 10 students in the second year as lateral entry students, so total becomes 30. So you become eligible for applying. At least 1 professor and 1 or 1 associate professor. In tier 1, it was both 1 professor and 1 associate professor, but for tier 2, it is 1 professor or 1 associate professor with PhD degree should be there. Next. The student faculty ratio remains the same as 1:25, but I still request all the management's representatives who are here and the faculty members and the heads of the institution, try to maintain it to 1:20. Do not keep at 1:25 because NBA said we'll give 1:25, so you keep it on 1:25. This is to take care of any vacancies in the department. Number of PhD available in the department is 10% instead of 20% that was in tier 1. Next. And if they don't meet these qualifiers, then accreditation is not given. Next. Award of accreditation for PG New Engineering SAR. 6 years, the program should score more than 75% marks, that is 375 with 60% in each criteria. Number of PhD in the department should be greater than, these are the same as that of a tier 1, 30%, 1:15 here. It has been also made 1:20. You kindly make the corrections here. Faculty student ratio in the department will be also 1:15. This has been changed. In the presentation, it has not been changed. We'll make this correction and upload it as 1:20 average over academic years, because the tier 1 and PG remains the same. It is 1:20. I beg for the mistake here in the presentation. It is 1:20. At least 2 professor or 1 professor and 1 associate professor, that is the same as that of a tier 1 category. Next. And for 3 years, 300 marks, that is 50% in criteria 5 also. And at least 2 professors, the same condition, that is 1 professor or 1 associate professor. The department should have at least 2 faculty members of the PhD qualification with academic year and in the respective domain. Faculty student ratio in the department under consideration should be 1:25 as that of a tier 1 and tier 2. For 3 years, it remains the same. Next. Below 300 marks, it is not given an accreditation. Next. So we, for the advantage of the institutions, we have introduced the pre-qualifiers. It is running for the last 2-3 years. Maybe now, by now, everyone who has applied or who is applying, they must be aware about these pre-qualifiers. This is to encourage the people that they can see these pre-qualifiers themselves. They are available on our website, on our presentations. And if they satisfy that they meet these qualifiers, there is no, these are all statistical number. which is available with the institutions. You see yourself, satisfy yourself. If you meet these three qualifiers, then you apply with only 10% of the fee, and at the click of the button, you can get that you meet the qualifiers, pre-qualifiers or not. So these are very simple. The vision, mission and PO statement are available in the department website prospectus. So if you are not having, kindly do it so that you become eligible. So it is for you to take action if you have not already taken any action. And for the approval of AICTE for all the years which are the current, including the current year is there, or for the regulatory authority which is present. And if you are not seeking any AICTE approval for some universities is there, they should have the approval of their Senate or Board of Governors as the case may be. And admissions, as I told you, 50% in the CAY M1, M2 and M3, not the CAY itself. Next. Faculty student ratio 1:25, one professor or one associate professor, and PhD 10% here. It is only 10%. And whether two batches have passed out. So these are very simple pre-qualifiers. You satisfy yourself and then apply. And thereafter, once you get the approval that you meet the qualifiers, you submit the 90% balance fees along with the self-assessment report. Next. And same, we have made it for tier 1 category also. Here the condition is 50% is raised to 60%. And the number of PhD is, instead of 10%, it is 20%. And also the HOD should possess PhD degree in case of tier 1. So remaining all remains the same. So these are the pre-qualifiers for tier 1. Now, next, this is the pre-qualifier postgraduate also, whether corresponding UG program is accredited by NBA. In case of tier 1 institutions, the corresponding UG program should have 4 criteria. Earlier there were 3, out of that 9 also 3, and out of 10, 4 competences should be there. And in case of tier 2, the program must have got 650 marks out of 1000. And whether at least 2 professors or 1 associate professor, which remains the same as that of the tier 1 and tier 2. Next. Whether the department have at least 2 faculty members having PhD qualification during the CAY, M1 and M2 in the respective domain also. Whether faculty student ratio in the department is 1:25. That also remains the same. Next. There are some guidelines for faculty. The faculty will be counted in the respective year if the faculty has joined on or before 31st August of the same year and continued till 30th of April of the subsequent year. But for the current year 2021, as I already told you, this will be 31st of December. This is for all the remaining years, CAY, M1, M2, M3, this will remain the same. But for CAY this year, because of the corona, the faculty appointed will be counted till 31st of December. All the faculty members, regular or contractual, except part-time, will be considered. The contractual faculty, doing away with the terminology of visiting adjunct faculty who have taught for 2 consecutive semesters in the corresponding academic year on full-time basis, shall be considered for the purpose of calculation of the FSR. However, following will be ensured in respect of the contractual faculty. They should have the prescribed AICTE qualification, shall be appointed on full-time basis, and worked for consecutive 2 semesters during the particular academic year under consideration. So this is the basic condition, that they should teach both the semesters and they should be available full-time. The persons who are coming on contract and taking 1 lecture and going back, they will not be considered. For 2021, the persons who have been appointed till the December 31 will be counted for CAY. Should have gone through an appropriate process of selection, and records of the same shall be made available to the visiting team during the NBA visit. So these are the basic guidelines for faculty. Next. Available and the required number of PhD in the department would be calculated on the basis of the previous 2 academic years. Available and required number of PhD in the department will be truncated to its nearest lower integer. If a number of the regular or contractual faculty is designated as a lecturer, then this will not be counted. And in multidisciplinary discipline, we'll see the utility of that branch, and if they are useful for the purpose of this education, then these will be considered in addition to MTech, MBA, and PGDM degree. And there is no age limit for consideration of the emeritus faculty as long as they are physically fit to take classes and engage with the students and are employed on a full-time basis. Academic year is considered from July to June. Next. Next. This is general genesis of what I have already told. This is same. Next. We have also started the compliance report. Earlier, the people used to have used to apply as and when required, but now this is a continuous system. We are giving extension for the programs which have been accredited for 3 years. They have to submit the compliance report, and a committee comes and visits the institutions for a day and submit its report, and based on that, further extension of 3 years is given. But for the current academic year 2021, we have given it based on the compliance report for a year because of the corona. If they meet the qualifiers, then only they have been given extension. Those who have not been given extension for 2021 and have expired in June 20 shall report to us, and we will consider that also. Next.
अरे काय झालं मी आज आलेलो
As far as
आज आलेलो नाहीये मी. तू अविनाश पवार सरांकडे दिलंस तरी चालू शकते.
Then this is not though it is there, but I want to make an announcement here that NIRF, I want to make an announcement here that we are going, please make silent. We are going to start our registration for India Ranking 2021 from 1st of December. That is Tuesday. We will be starting our registration for NIRF. There will be a new category this year that will be research institutions. So there will be an 11th category now, and the registration portal will open only on 1st of December. This is for your kind information for all the faculty members. With these remarks, thank you very much. I am thankful to the College of Engineering Pune for giving NBA the opportunity to appraise all the faculty members of Maharashtra and other places if they are available. I'm thankful to all of you. Thank you very much, and thanks to Professor Ahuja and Dr. Abhay Wagh. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this wonderful presentation. And thank you for organizing this for all of us in the state of Maharashtra. And we appreciate your efforts, and more so in getting us as being a part of the Washington Accord, sir. It's a great Herculean task that NBA, you and Chairman sir have achieved for us, sir. We have actually witnessed the process, and we were fortunate enough to have been given an opportunity to be a part of this visit, and how the experts have evaluated our country and accepted our norms at the international level. And tier 1 institutes are now privileged that their students can take advantage of the Washington Accord, India being a signatory to this. So thank you, sir.
I am thankful to Professor C.R. Muthukrishnan sir, Professor R.V. Ranganath ji,
yes,
and Professor B.B. Ahuja for their kind help they have given it to us, so that India got extension through a unanimous vote for India for getting extension for 6 years. I'm very, very much thankful to Professor C.R. Muthukrishnan sir, Ranganath ji, Professor B.B. Ahuja, who have been helping us day and night during those days. I'm really, really thankful from core of my heart and from the entire NBA team. Thank you very much to all those who have helped us.
We must thank you for your untiring efforts, sir. And those sleepless nights you had for our country, sir. Yes, of course, Professor Muthukrishnan and Dr. Ranganath, of course. Yes, yes.
I'm thankful to each one of you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, NASA sir. Before I move ahead, I would kindly request all the participants to cautiously turn off your videos and audios to avoid any interrupt during the sessions. Oh, so we have amongst us Professor C.R. Muthukrishnan, who was former Deputy Director of IIT Madras. Professor Muthukrishnan has been consulting advisor to CEO, TCS, Deputy Director and Director in charge, IIT Madras, and Professor of Computer Science and Engineering at IIT Madras in his career spanning 40 years. He has guided 30 research scholars for PhD and MS degrees, over 300 students for MTech and BTech projects. Many of his students are holding top positions in academia and in reputed companies globally, and many as entrepreneurs have created startups and developed them successfully. He is actively engaged in accreditation work for NBA and NAC for about 5 years now. He consults for academic institutions and industry. A chair in computational brain research has been established in 2016 at IIT Madras by K.S. Gopalakrishnan, his former student and co-founder of Infosys Limited. He is a BTech Honours President Prize awardee for General Proficiency from IIT Madras, MTech and PhD 1969 from IIT Kanpur. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Is my PowerPoint screen coming up?
Yes, sir. It's being loaded.
Okay. At the outset, I would like to recall my fortunate association with Mr. F.C. Kohli. I had come into contact with him in 1966 when I was a graduate student at IIT Kanpur. He was in Tata Electric at that time, and he visited IIT Kanpur, and the relationship started, and it continued till 2019. I remember one occasion which I'll take a minute to mention here. When I visited COEP as chairman of the NBA visiting team, I was with the then director there, who is now the chairman of AICTE, Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe, and Mr. Kohli called me from Mumbai and spoke to me. I could see the passion in him for technical education and the dedication and commitment he had to transform COEP. I'll now move on to my talk. My talk is mainly aimed at faculty who are teaching engineering disciplines. Faculty who are teaching engineering disciplines in various programs, Tier 1, Tier 2, universities, or autonomous institutions, and so on. I note that in this group here, there are very senior people who have been part of the, who have made significant contributions in the accreditation system, the NBA accreditation system we have adopted in our country, and also education administrators and so on. So, some of what I say may be a repetition to a few of you who have already been in institutions where you have seen, you have been interacting with visiting teams of NBA for accreditation and so on. And you might have already prepared SAR or might have been involved in preparation of SAR and so on. However, I hope, my earnest hope is that you will find some of my presentation still, even if it is if it's going through something that you're already familiar with, it's something that will be worth emphasizing. Yeah.
Presentation should be maximized, sir.
Okay. Is it okay now?
Yeah. Yeah, it is fine.
Okay.
So if you can start the slideshow, it's
Yeah. I have about an hour, actually 15 minutes, but I will take about an hour.
sure.
And questions will be towards the end.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. We are talking about quality in technical education. Any quality system should state what is to be achieved. And second, through a process by which we transform something, in our case, students to graduate, professionals, degree holders, and so on. We have to state what is expected, and we have to measure whether we have reached the expected, what is expected, and using the feedback from the measurement, we need to improve the system. So these are the three important aspects of a quality system: a specification or a statement of what we want to achieve, or what is the goal, what is the purpose, and a measurement at the output or outcome, and a feedback based on that measurement to improve the system. This is an ongoing, continuous process. This must be embedded into our teaching, learning, and assessment of students. There's one other aspect of quality system that I would like to mention here. That is whether we are doing the right thing and whether we're doing the thing right. Sometimes I might be providing an excellent solution, but not for the problem that is required to be solved. Sometimes I may be providing a solution for the problem required to be solved, but it may not be a good solution. So I think both these aspects are important. I would translate it in a slightly different way. In the education process, we should do the relevant things for the student, and we should do them well. Both are important. So what are the key questions that we start with in outcome-based education? What do we want our students to be able to? What do we want our students to be able to do? These are stated by program outcomes. It is already mentioned by Dr. Agarwal and also briefly by Dr. Nasa as program outcomes. So program outcomes state what our students should be able to do, perform, or demonstrate when they qualify for the degree and start becoming a professional. Of course, we do appreciate that the degree is a milestone, but it is a beginning because the profession starts after they graduate. In my talk here, I'll be almost entirely focusing on the undergraduate program, though many of the ideas and concepts also apply to PG programs. How can we help our students to achieve these program outcomes, to meet these program outcomes? And that is done through curriculum, courses with course outcomes, sorry for the spelling mistake, teaching, learning, and assessment of students. So we have a curriculum with courses, and we teach laboratory, theory, and so on. And we also assess students. We must distinguish between assessment of students and assessment of outcomes. Okay, both are assessment, but we are assessing different things. In teaching learning, we are assessing the students through examinations, through homework, through quizzes, through internal assignments, through end semester examination. Sometimes the course may carry a course project. Sometimes it may carry there may be a mini project, and so on. We should also make note here that some of the program outcomes may be achieved not directly by course outcomes, but through some co-curricular and extracurricular activities of students. These are also important. In fact, if you look at the recent AICTE curriculum recommendations for engineering in general, which is released in 2018 April or so, about 2 years now, they do have what are called mandatory courses. They have an orientation program for the entire UG and so on. So there are several components which add to the courses as we understand them. However, a major part of a particular program rests with the core courses, including some what you may call electives and open electives and so on. How do we know? How will we know whether the students have achieved the program outcomes? So we have to measure, assess
Excuse
the
me, sir.
COs as well as POs. Yeah.
Sir, just your slide show is not, I mean, your slides are not getting changed. So it's still on the first slide. Can you just refresh your slides, please?
Is it okay now?
Not it, sir. It's still on the first screen.
So I may have to change the, I may have to restart my presentation.
Yes. Refresh.
I will do that.
Yes.
Please pause 1 minute. I will share again. Is it okay now?
Yes, sir. It is okay.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So we have to measure, and then once we measure the outcomes have been achieved, both the course outcomes and the program outcomes, then we can use this assessment to make improvements. So I've shown this entire thing in the form of a diagram here. So the OBE model, the diagram runs from left to right and top to bottom. We have vision and mission, both for the institution and the department which conducts the programs. We have what are called program educational objectives. And then we have program outcomes and course outcomes. Program outcomes are given, there are 12 outcomes as given by NBA, which are derived from graduate attributes. This is adopted widely globally through the Washington Accord. And the individual courses which form the curriculum will have course outcomes. Then we do the, we measure the outcomes, and we need a criteria, assessment criteria when we need a measurement process and some calculations to do as per the process. And then when we get the results, when we need some criteria for the outcome assessment. Then when we get the results, we complete the outcome assessment. We do an analysis, identify actions for improvement, realize improvement. The improvements may come in the form of changes to curriculum, revision of curriculum, and so on, or even in teaching learning methods and so on. I illustrate only one example as we go along. So this is a broad model. And one thing you note is even though we have a feedback and improvement in this OBE model, we have in our actual system of teaching, learning, and assessment, several inner levels of feedback. For example, at the end of a course, we do take generally a feedback on the courses and on the course and the teaching from the students, whether the topics covered were, whether the study material provided was adequate, whether the examinations or the tests and so on reflected what was feedback. For example, at the end of a course and so on, and whether the students had enough practice problems and so on. We get several levels of feedback. All these feedback and their use is important for improvement. But in this OBE model, we particularly focus and emphasize the measurement of outcomes and analysis of the measurement of outcomes and the improvements. Okay, these improvements, this system can be used both for designing and implementing a curriculum. All right. Okay. Now, there are what are called program educational objectives, which also I showed. In PEO, the O stands for objective, not outcome. Whereas in PO and CO, it is program outcome and course outcomes. Okay. I'll say briefly about program educational objectives, just 2 slides, and then move on. Program educational objectives are broad statements that describe the professional achievements that the program is preparing the graduates to achieve within the first few years after graduation. That is, after they have graduated for some years, 3-4 years, about 3 to 4 years, 3-4 years. What has this program prepared them for achieving, and how well they are achieving that? Okay, so this is to provide the connection between this is the relevance part, the connection between what our graduates have been prepared for and how they are using it in the initial stages. This is generally addressed or measured indirectly via interaction with alumni and industry persons associated with the program, or alumni, recent alumni, and industry, and so on, through surveys and questionnaires. I won't be going into the detail of this. Here is an example of program educational objectives for aeronautical engineering. There are 4 statements here. Note that PEOs are about what graduates may do after they graduate. Very important. But we still think about them and make it part of our system. So our graduates will be employed professionally, fruitfully in government, academia, and military as innovative engineers. Our graduates will be successful in solving engineering problems with life cycle of aircraft systems. Our graduates will continue to learn and advance their professional activities by participation in professional organization, attainment of certification, and seeking higher education, maybe in the form of certification and degrees and so on. Sometimes the degree may not be in the same specialization, like they could do a MBA, for example, or they could do a cross-discipline, like data science applied to a certain particular field and so on. Our graduates will be active members serving society locally and internationally. Now, why do we state this program educational objectives? Why are we interested in this? I think we are interested in this because these PEOs communicate effectively what we are aiming to do in terms of our graduates from the first semester when they join up at the end of the 8th semester when they qualify and get the degrees. It communicates to the employers, prospective employers. It communicates to prospective students and parents who want to join this program, who are looking at options and want to join this program after going through a due process. It also communicates to curriculum designers what we are preparing our students for and so on. Okay? So this statement has several valuable purposes for which we are doing this. And of course, we need to assess through surveys and so on, survey of alumni and industry people and so on, and keep updating this. For example, in the current time, most of the graduates from very many disciplines go into technology intensive jobs. By technology, I mean very specifically information technology related jobs and avenues of opportunity. Now, when we say information technology, it includes the ability to use information technology tools, data science, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and so on. So we might want to include in the PEO, for example, a statement which we say that we are preparing our graduates also in current cutting edge fields to be applied in their profession. Okay. And of course, we must do justice to that in terms of curriculum design, teaching, learning, and assessment of students. Okay. Now we move to program outcomes. This is already mentioned very briefly by Dr. Nasa. There are 12 program outcomes given for EG programs. These are given in the NBA document. You will get it as part of the SAR and so on. Engineering knowledge. Apply knowledge of mathematics, science, engineering fundamentals, and an engineering specialization to the solution of complex engineering problems. Problem analysis to identify, formulate, review research literature, and solve engineering problems, reaching substantiated conclusions using principles of mathematics, natural science, and engineering sciences. So second is analyzing a problem, where you have to identify a problem, formulate it, state it in more formal terms and so on, and bring in the necessary techniques. Design and development of solutions, design solutions for complex engineering problems, and design system components and processes that meet specific needs with consideration for health, public health and safety, environment considerations, and so on. Conduct investigation of complex problems, failure analysis, experience gathered in the field about a product or about a service, and analyzing it for making further improvements and so on. Every industry, whatever products they supply, they continuously keep improving that. And that requires investigation into the current experience with that product from the field and so on. Modern tool usage, all engineering profession uses tools to design, to analyze data and so on. For example, circuit design or VLSI design or analysis of structures in civil engineering and so on. So these are 5 program outcomes that we want our curriculum to prepare our students for. There's some more. Can you mute your mics, please? Can all of you mute your mics, please? Thank you. So we are going to the next 7 outcomes. I've shown three next ones here. Engineer and society, apply reasoning, informed knowledge to contextual knowledge to societal health, safety issues, and so on. Engineer environment and sustainability, reuse, recycle, reduce those ideas and so on. How do we make sustainable? For example, in mechanical product, there's something called product life cycle management. Now we are moving to electric vehicles from combustion, fossil fuel-based vehicles and so on. So those kinds of things have to be emphasized by 7. Ethics, apply ethical principles. Every profession has a code of conduct, a professional society, which advances the code of conduct, which are to be practiced by the engineers in the type of work they do in their jobs and professions. And then individual and teamwork. In the field, we all work in teams. Even as teachers, for example, engineering teachers, we have to work in teams. Communication, effective communication using notations, using drawings, using techniques like written and oral communication, PowerPoint, and so on. How do you make effective presentations? How do you communicate well your ideas and solutions? Project management and finance, all activities in industry as well as academia. For example, executing a project requires judicious use of finance and some management techniques. So a little bit of exposure to that. And lifelong learning. Learning starts when a student joins the first semester to be an engineer, and learning never stops. It continues. even after graduation, after obtaining the degree. So lifelong learning. How do you prepare students to be able to learn either by themselves or by using opportunities subsequently? For example, a seminar course on your project work in the curriculum may carry a self-learning component to be included as part of it in terms of literature survey and so on. Okay. Now we have covered all the 12 outcomes. Now we will go to assessment of outcomes. Now we have program outcomes. We have not yet talked about course outcomes. We will be going to it pretty soon. But these outcomes have to be assessed. Stating the outcomes is only saying what we want to achieve or what we expect our students to be able to do. All right. So I should mention one important aspect here. When we say program outcome, we are not merely referring to knowledge. We are referring to application, use of that knowledge. What can a student do with the knowledge that he has acquired? Knowledge by itself is necessary, but be able to use the knowledge to and bring to bear that knowledge in the context of a given problem or a given situation is more important. So we talk about competence, not merely knowledge, but competence, the ability to apply knowledge. So in OBE, outcome-based system, all outcomes, whether it's program outcome or course outcomes, they have to be measurable. So we have to measure, quantify and measure how well these have been achieved. At the end of every course, which has course outcomes, we must be able to measure and state these each one of the course outcomes for that course has been achieved to this extent, to this level, and so on. Similarly, when a student has completed the entire program and is ready to receive the degree, and on the completion of the 8th semester, the final semester, we must be able to assess the program outcomes and say, to this level, these different program outcome 1, 2, 3, etc., up to 12 have been achieved. Program outcomes are measured for every academic year for the outgoing graduating batch. Course outcomes are measured every semester for a batch in every course that batch has undergone during that semester. PO's program outcomes are realized by curriculum mainly, teaching, learning, and assessment. Assessment meaning for how students perform, and to some extent co-curricular and extracurricular activities also. I will not mention how to factor co-curricular and extracurricular activities into the measurement of outcomes, but if we have some time during the questions, we can take it up. Okay. Assessment of program outcomes. POs are realized by implementing the curriculum. So first we look at the courses of the curriculum and the course outcomes and the attainment of course outcomes. Because only by measuring the COs, the course outcomes, we can work back and get the program outcomes, complete the measurement of program outcomes. Thus, the attainment outcome calculation is bottom up. First, the course outcome calculation, and then using the course outcome calculation, calculate the attainment of program outcomes. Okay. However, the design will be top down. We will proceed from POs to curriculum to courses to COs. Okay. So design is a top down process, but implementation, measurement, feedback, improvement is a bottom up process. Courses to the program and so on. Okay. Now, this is also, you already saw in Dr. Nasa's presentation. I've shown only the first 8 criteria here. This slightly varies for Tier 1 and Tier 2. Most of my presentation here will be confined to criteria 2, 3, and to some extent criteria 7. Criteria 2 is on program, curriculum, teaching, learning process. And 3 on course outcomes and program outcomes, which is the mainstay of my presentation here, and continuous improvement, which is closing the loop. Okay. Now, course outcomes. Course outcomes are also known as learning outcomes or student outcomes. This is also mentioned by Dr. Nasa. Given a curriculum, so, in many cases, we are already in the midst of the education process. We have several batches that are going through. Currently, there will be a batch which will be graduating in the coming year, another batch which will be graduating 2 years down the line, and so on. So in this situation, we have to fit course outcomes into a given curriculum, especially type 2 college, tier 2 colleges who have a curriculum given by the university and they have to fit COs for that. So sometimes we have to also write COs and then proceed further. It's a middle outward approach. We may not be able to do always top down. Sometimes we have to do a middle outward approach. So given a curriculum, what do we normally have? We have the syllabus description, prerequisites, credits, LTPC, lectures, tutorials, practicals, and credits, textbooks, reference books, and some question bank. If I am a teacher, if you're a teacher of a course for a section of students in a semester, you will have all this information. Typically, the course will be allotted in advance in a semester. Sometimes it happens only as you join that particular department in a semester. But you might have taught the course earlier in other institutions elsewhere. Now, implementing a course comprises teaching, learning, and assessment of students, quizzes, assignment, end semester examination, and so on. These three things, teaching, learning, and assessment, must be constructively aligned. What we teach is what must be learned, and what students learn is what must be assessed. If there is a misalignment or no connection between teaching, learning, and assessment, then students will ignore the teaching and students will have to do learning by themselves. It's very important to keep this in mind. Okay, the assessment drives learning outcomes. Students invariably study for exams. Students prepare for exams. Students want to know how will they be assessed, how will they earn the grade and the credit in that course, what is the criteria, and so on. And assessment is what students focus on. So therefore, COs are very central to OBE. All right. At this stage, I am going to refer to very useful documents. I'll very highly recommend that every one of you download these two documents from the URL I have shown here. It will be available in the slide. They're freely available from the AICT website. One is on examination reforms published in 2018, and the other one is model question papers. The model question paper gives end semester examination 3-hour question papers for about 5-6 disciplines, on each discipline for about 5-6 different subjects. And the examination reforms talks extensively about OBE-centered assessment. Okay. I'll be taking some slides from the examination reforms document itself and presenting it as part of our further in my talk here. Okay. I'll briefly mention between a mapping between CO and PO. We will return to visit this. We will return to visit this. Now, the CO-PO mapping is a matrix with each course along the rows of the matrix. For each course, each course outcome is on the rows of the matrix, and the columns are the program outcomes of the NBA system, the 12 POs. You might have some program-specific outcomes added, 1 or 2. For example, you may want to specifically focus on some IT-related skills for all branches of engineering. So you might add it as a program-specific outcome, for example. All right. So this is a large matrix because in an 8-semester program, a student may go through something like about 35, 40 courses, including projects and so on. So it will have and each course may have 4 or 5 objectives. So it will have something like about 200 rows. and it'll have about 12 plus PSO, say 2 or 3, about 15 columns, a large matrix. Every cell in this matrix has a dash or a blank and a value 1, 2, or 3. These values mean, one means that that particular course outcome is impacting or is relevant or significant to some extent to that program outcome. For example, a course in mathematics may be having a significance of 1 to PO1 because PO1 is about application of mathematics, right, to solve problems and so on. It may have a significance of 2 if the connection is strong. If the mathematics course actually uses problems from the specific field, say for example, chemical engineering or mechanical or civil engineering, then you might give it a weightage 2. If the application also is included, application of the mathematical topics. In other words, the mathematics course simply does not teach how to do mathematics. It also attempts to bring some how to use mathematics to the students. It can be strong if it is it's a core course in the program like structural analysis, where we might actually apply the mathematical techniques to analysis of structures and so on, as an example. So these 3 values that you put in the matrix in any particular, for a particular CO in a particular column, a PO, must have to be justified in terms of teaching, learning, and assessment of the course. All right. If you don't justify it, but you put a value 3, then we are not implementing the system with integrity to the best advantage of students and the teachers, to best advantage of stakeholders. All right. Now this is the document, and I'm proceeding to the 1 minute. Okay, so that is a COPO mapping. Now we'll spend a little bit about writing COs. I'll come to example a little bit later. And for this purpose, we need to focus on what is called Bloom's taxonomy levels. This is mentioned by your secretary for Director of Technical Education, Maharashtra State also. The Bloom's taxonomy level talks about the depth to which we proceed in a subject, in a course, the depth to which we take the student. All right. This Bloom's taxonomy idea or level has been around for several decades, starting from mid-40s or so, and a good 60, 70 years. They have been revised in the late 80s, early 90s. There's a revised Bloom's taxonomy level, and they're applied at different stages of school education, higher education, and so on. All right. And it applies to many fields, arts and science, engineering, all fields of education. Now, very quickly looking at it, there are 6 Bloom's levels here, which I mentioned in this slide. I put them in some order, 1 to 6. Knowledge level, remembering level, comprehension, understanding level, application, applying level, analysis, analyzing level, evaluation, evaluating level, synthesis, creating level. Note that every level I have described using a noun. Knowledge is a noun. Remembering is a verb, is an activity, is something that we can demonstrate, we can establish, we can manifest. Whereas knowledge is something we acquire and internalize. Similarly, comprehension is something that we internalize, like Laplace transforms and their application for linear systems. Understanding is how we can bring it to solve a problem. Similarly, application, applying Kirchhoff's laws. All right, that's an application. Applying is actually using Kirchhoff's laws, writing the loop and junction equations, current equations and voltage equations, and solving for the various currents and voltages in a circuit. Analysis, let me take an example of a structure. You're given a structure with some load, or it might be a truss structure. So how do you analyze? How do you analyze the structure and make sure that the tensile, the compressive, and the various kinds of load that come on the structure, the material and the dimension of the structure, the elements are adequate to meet that stress. They can withstand the load. Then evaluation is proposing alternatives and being able to compare them. If I'm doing a design, for example, designing an amplifier or designing a control system or designing a process control system and so on, then you have to propose some alternatives and you must be able to compare, all right? For example, students participate in Baha competition where they have to develop some vehicles. So there are alternative approaches to developing vehicles. So evaluation is about being able to propose and compare alternatives. Synthesis is actually being able to build prototypes and create something new and so on. So these are the different levels. Of course, ultimately, when a student graduates, he must be equipped to at least reasonably do very well in terms of first 3 levels and maybe first 4, good degree in 4th and 5th level, and must also be equipped, must have exposure to take to venture into level 6 also, depending on the nature of the work and opportunity, all right? Some of these opportunities may come to a student not necessarily initially, but may come in the course of, say, after a few years in the profession and so on. For example, many of us, when we start as a young teacher, we have only a master's degree maybe, or we work as a teaching assistant or on some such capacity. And later, as we proceed to do research and obtain a research degree and guide research, we need to be able to do at synthesis and creation level. So these are the 6 levels of Bloom's taxonomy. How do we connect it to course outcomes and courses? Well, this is the contents page of the AICTE document on examination reforms. Look at assessment strategy for outcome-based education. Very specific. This is very important. I want to emphasize this, even though I'm sort of taking much of the time of my talk to focus on some essential element. I think it's important and there's a lot of value for it, especially for those of you who are going to be teaching for at least another 15, 20 years. Mapping program outcomes to assessment examinations. We said we'll map POs to COs, but ultimately COs have to be assessed by the student performance in examinations, tests, and so on. And from that, we have to assess POs. Now, in this document, POs are not are further detailed into what are called competencies and performance indicators. Because POs are very gross. To understand them more effectively and to be able to work with them effectively, we break them down into competencies and performance indicators, about which I'll talk briefly pretty soon. Then improving the structure and quality of assessment. We talk about quality. Now, in quality, there must be quality in teaching, quality in learning. That's the student's responsibility. Quality in teaching is the teacher's responsibility. Quality in assessment. And these must be constructively aligned. Now, action works for assessment, assessment planning, and so on. Assessing higher order abilities and professional skills. Sometimes we refer to this Bloom's taxonomy levels, starting from remembering, going up to analysis, then synthesis, creation, and so on, evaluation and synthesis. We call the higher levels of Bloom's taxonomy the higher order thinking skills. All right. Remembering also is important. It requires some ability, but if it is only remembered, it'll evaporate. It'll be forgotten. All right. So it's important to build on that in terms of understanding and comprehension and so on, so on. Okay. So assessment is what drives learning, and we must therefore connect our assessment to higher levels of Bloom's taxonomy. Now, okay. I'm going to go through this quickly because I've taken this from the document. You can go through it. So here is an example, all right? We take program outcome 3, all right? We also roughly corresponded with graduate attribute 3, all right? Program attribute 3 is about design. design development of solutions for complex engineering problems, design components or processes that meet specified needs, taking various considerations, societal, cultural, etc. Now, how do we break this down into competencies? Here are 4 competencies given. Demonstrate an ability to define a complex open-ended problem in engineering terms. So before we proceed with the design, we have to define the problem. We have to have a statement of the problem. What is the pain point we are trying to improve? What is the starting point? Are we trying to improve the efficiency of an internal combustion engine, or are we trying to make an electric vehicle? All right. So we need to be able to define a problem and scope it. You know, it cannot be too general. It cannot be too narrow. We have to scope it to the level of the student. For example, in project, if we have a design project, as in the curriculum or in the final end semester, final project called capstone project, this might be an important criteria. Competency. Demonstrate ability to generate alternative design solutions. Propose alternatives to your design. Demonstrate ability to select design from the alternatives, right? By some suitable analysis. Sometimes you may say, okay, I will have 2 batches of students work on this design with 2 different selections from the alternatives, and then compare it at the end and so on. And demonstrate an ability to advance engineering design to the defined end state, detail the design, maybe build a prototype, build some parts of it, all right, and study some parts of it and so on. Demonstrate the, so you see, all these use the word demonstrate here, competencies, all right. Then we can define what are called performance indicators. We define competencies. For example, for competency 2 in this, for competency 2, which is ability to generate diverse set of alternative design solutions, we can define the indicators as formal idea generation tools to develop multiple engineering design solutions. So maybe it can be done through brainstorming, but you can also use some formal idea generation tools. In fact, today students have opportunity to participate in design thons and so on, hackathons, design thons, various things. All right. And the second performance indicator may be build models, prototypes, or algorithms in design solution. Third one is define functional and non-functional criteria for evaluation. How is the design going to be judged? Sometimes we use the word rubrics for this. There might be functional criteria, non-functional criteria. Let me give you a simple example. Suppose you ask a student to develop a machine learning program given some data, let us say to develop a machine learning solution for failure analysis of certain machine parts, all right, for which you have gathered data from the field, all right. Now, you might have functional criteria for the solution. Functional criteria meaning that it's classification of the different types of faults and isolating the fault to a particular narrowed down zone in the machine and so on. That could be a specification, the functional part. The non-functional criteria there could be whether you want to replace the entire part or the entire subsystem and so on. Okay, so these kinds of criteria also have to be specified. These are examples of performance indicator. Actually, in the ASCT document, for every PO 1 to 12, the competencies, and for every competency, the PIs are spelled out. All right, so it's already been worked out. It's a draft. Don't follow it verbatim, but apply your own thought, your own program. Bring it to consideration about the program that you're engaged with, and see how we can adopt these with suitable improvements and changes suitable to you. All right. This is also mentioned by Dr. Agarwal in his address. No one size fits all. So many of us look at OB as a prescriptive system. It tells us what to do. No, it's a system which has enough room and scope for you to innovate, for you to adapt, for you to modify and implement, all right, in your teaching, learning, and assessment. All right. This is given for all the different program outcomes, and here it is. So for every PO, the competency and the indicators are given. This is for PO1, then similarly for PO7 and so on, all right? I won't have time to go through the entire list here, but please go through it and apply your mind. Here is the Bloom's taxonomy in a diagrammatic form. Notice here, earlier we had remembering to understanding, but here we are proceeding from bottom to top. Earlier, I showed it from top to bottom, remembering to creating. I'm using the verbs here. I'm not using knowledge and comprehension and so on, but I'm using remembering, understanding, and so on. Okay. Now, this section of the document gives you what are called action verbs for assessment. Anytime you assess a student, whether it's in an interview process or whether it is in a written examination or whether it's a laboratory IOS examination or whether it is a interactive question answer after a student has given a seminar or it's in a paper presentation event of students and so on, the interaction and the assessment proceeds by probing, by questions and responses to questions. Now, so every question, there must be an action verb, something that the student has to perform, has to state, has to demonstrate, has to exhibit, and so on. Okay. So these are called action verbs, and this section describes for different levels what are the skills demonstrated and what are the cues or verbs that should be used in the questions. For example, for the remember level, we can have in the questions things like define. Defines Newton's law, or define state Thevenin's theorem, for example, or what is the principle of virtual work, and so on. Recite, recall, and so on. Okay, so this is mainly remembering level. So these are the kind of cues that's used. Now we can proceed next to the understand level or comprehend level. So there we may say describe, explain in your own words, and so on, so on, those kinds of words. Explain in your own words is very important. We used to ask earlier in the examination pattern, write short notes on as a question. I've had this as my student during my student days. Now, the important thing is that short notes must be written in students' own words. It should not be a reproduction of what is in the notes or what is in the textbook. Many students and teachers have the tendency to mark a certain portion as an answer to a question, and the students simply memorize it and reproduce it in the examination. That will take the understanding level to the recall level. It will not be at the understanding level. Similarly, apply. Apply, the verbs can be calculate, predict, solve, and so on. Analyze, classify, break down or analyze, categorize, analyze diagrams, illustrate, and so on. Give more examples. Given 2 examples of something, given more examples, and so on. Then evaluate, we can think things like compare, summarize, and so on. For example, a question, okay, similarly for create. Now, following this, okay, before we proceed, now this diagram, what it shows is that what are the Bloom's level that are meaningfully assessed through written examination in courses. Typically, the first 3 levels, remembering, understanding, and applying, and to some extent maybe analyzing level. So these 4 levels, from the bottom up to the middle, can be to a reasonable extent assessed through fixed examinations like continuous internal examinations or semester end examinations. Higher levels are better assessed through minor project, mini project, minor project, or course projects, courses carrying some projects and weightage, or capstone project, which is like a major project, and so on. All right. And they can put more emphasis on the creating and evaluating level, and of course also a little bit on the lower levels. So if you have a course project and you have a project review system, you must align that review system to progress along these dimensions. It's only when the project viva is nearing, project is completed, the report is presented, you can check on presentation, you can check on demonstration, you can check on whether the presentation and the report contains alternatives, analysis, evaluation, comparison, and so on. So, okay. Now, this we have already gone through for each of the processes, the competencies, and the program performance indicators. This is for 7, environment and sustainability, and so on. Okay. And then the next section of this document gives you sample questions at different levels of Bloom's taxonomy. This is a appendix in the document. Sample questions for Bloom's taxonomy levels, different levels. Remember, then understand, all right, or comprehend and analyze, and so on, different levels. So it gives you sample questions. For example, state Ohm's law, it is at recall level. List the physical and chemical properties of silicon. It's at the recall level. These have value. We should not be under the idea that we can directly jump to higher Bloom's level in teaching, learning, and assessment. The recall level is important, but much of it will be later used by referencing and not directly from the stored from the brain. We may not have it at the fingertips forever. We have it at the fingertips at least during the curriculum till the point of graduating, fulfilling the graduating requirements and getting the degree. All right, and list the components of an AD converter and so on. And similarly, a lot of questions, a number of questions you can write through table for and or not, etc. Why is recall level important? Because recall level is important because that is the level on which you build the next comprehending level. All right. For example, if you want to solve an integral in a mathematics course from first principles, then you may have to do some. It may straddle between recall and understanding levels and so on. This is the questions for apply level. All right. Turning on of a burger alarm during night time when the locker door is open. Model and realize the following behaviors using diodes with minimum number of digital inputs. So you're asking for a simple solutions in that. All right, that's an application. Then write an algorithm to implement a stack using Q. All right, and so on. Depending on your field, you may be able to understand these questions better. But this document gives you questions from various fields at different Bloom's levels. This is at the evaluate level and so on. All right. I hope this, even though I have not gone into the detail per se, you have got a fairly good grasp of what Bloom's taxonomy is about and how we build our assessment, teaching and learning to move across these levels, not jump the levels, but move in a graded manner across the levels to bring the student to the higher levels, all right, in terms of attaining the course outcomes. All right. Now, the next one here, next section, the last section is model question papers. The examination reforms document contains model question papers. There's also a separate document on model question papers, which covers several different fields, civil engineering, computer science, mechanical engineering, and so on. And for each one of them, at least 5-6 different subjects in full detail. But I'm not going to open that document here for you. I will take this appendix only to show model question papers and to bring some relevant idea to connect back to our course outcomes and assessment of course outcomes. So this is a model examination paper on programming and problem solving. The code is ESC 103, 100 marks, duration 3 hours, all right? Now, generally, this is a common course for all engineering students in the first or the second semester. Typically in the first semester, but depending on the resource and logistics, you may have some branches take it in the first semester and some branches take it in the second semester. typically offered by several departments like engineering, drawing, or courses like that. Okay. Now, these are the different questions in that. Explain the steps involved in solving in solving a problem using a computer. What are the different steps? How do you break down a problem to be solved on a computer into smaller steps and attack each one of them? In engineering, we always attack complexity by dividing it into smaller tasks and attacking each one of them and then later putting them together. It's a very important idea in engineering. Write an algorithm to find roots of a quadratic equation ax squared plus bx plus c equal to 0, given the values of a, b, and c. This has its own challenge because you might want the student to write this program so it works for various cases of combining a, b, and c. As you know, the roots can be complex conjugate, they can both be real, they can be if you go a little bit advanced, it could be over damped, under damped, and so on. Right? And in fact, in a mathematics course, you could also ask questions like, I'm diversing a little bit, also questions like not only solve a differential equation, but plot the differential equation. A differential equation might calculate y as a function of time or y as a function of x. So you ask the student to plot x versus y and draw it like they do in a laboratory, all right? And they might do it using a tool, for example, like MATLAB or whatever it is. These ideas connect up very well because engineers have to learn to represent things in a variety of ways. That's about communication. So all these different ideas have to be blended in a wholesome manner in curricular teaching, learning, and assessment. All right. And this is not something that's theory. This has actually been put into practice among the several institutions and programs I've visited in the last half a dozen years. I've seen at least a few programs, 4, 5, 6 programs, where actually this has been achieved. This has been attempted and achieved to a good degree. So similarly, the entire question paper is given. Again, you can go through this. But what is important is that for each question, you have the core CO column, and then you have the Bloom's level column, and you have the performance indicator column, PI column. The CO column connects that question with which particular course outcome is this examining. The course outcomes are numbered. A course may have 4 or 5 outcomes, CO1, CO2, etc. So the course outcome is mentioned. And the Bloom's level at which this question is positioned, is it at level 2 or is it at level 1, and so on. And the performance indicator, because remember, every course outcome, every program outcome is broken down into competencies and performance indicator. So even though we don't bring the program outcome directly here, the CO has some entries in the COPO matrix, remember. So that matrix will tell you which performance indicator can be picked up and be shown to be relevant. So designing a question paper, assessment for student, involves not merely coming up with the questions and marks, that's important, but it's also important what these questions attempt to bring out from the student in terms of the competence, the competency, and the performance indicator. So CO number, Bloom's level, and performance indicator have all to be mentioned. And this is beautifully summarized in the end by a pie chart. So this says that this particular paper had 36% of the questions at Bloom's level 2, the blue mark, and 18% at Bloom's level 4, and 46% at Bloom's level 3. And similarly, the course outcome, there are 5 course outcomes. So 8 marks were provided for course outcome 1, 20 marks for course outcome 2, 54 marks for course outcome 3, and 12 marks for course outcome 4, and 6 marks for course outcome 5. It's very important because nowadays you find in many university exams and so on, particularly for tier 2 institution, students score a passing mark, but they study only 3 units and they leave the rest in choice, which means those course outcomes which are addressed by those units that are left out in choice by the students are not imbibed by the students. So the design of the question paper should be more in terms of either or answer anyone from these three, answer anyone from these three, and so on, and not by saying answer any three out of the following 8 or 10, because then the student can omit certain portions. Of course, it's not a rigid model. You have a lot of choice in that. For example, course outcome 1 and 2, I might have examined in more detail in the internal tests. So I might give it relatively less weightage in the end semester examination. Similarly, course outcome 5 may again get connected with a subsequent course, and therefore I might give it a less weightage in the end semester examination and so on. So this thinking is very important, and the teachers have to pay attention to this. All right. So the model question paper, and this runs for many things and so on. There are several of them in this appendix itself. Okay, in this appendix itself. All right. Okay. Now that we have gone to the okay. I'll also mention before I leave this document, I'm not going to be returning to this, something called rubrics, which we'll again see in our own outcome assessment. Rubrics are how do we grade an assignment? For example, in the accreditation system itself, Dr. Nasa mentioned we have the 10 criteria. Professor Ranganath will be elaborating on that in the SAR. The SAR 10 criteria and the evaluation guidelines when the team visits those 10 criteria are completely aligned. They're one-to-one. And each criteria has sub-criteria and sub-criteria and so on. They're given marks. The marks were also shown by Dr. Nasa, and Professor Ranganath will be elaborating on those. Now, how do we assess, for example, some of these? Let's take, for example, a course on improving communication. All right, not necessarily a course on English language. English language might be important as one of the ingredients of a communication, but communication itself is not about English. All right, it could be about using diagrams, using tools and techniques. It's about listening and so on. Okay, so how do you come with what are rubrics? Suppose you want to tell a student after he presents a seminar that okay, he delivered the seminar in a very good manner. How do we? Okay, so one of the criteria could be whether he was able to reach the audience effectively, right? You might assess this by asking the audience to grade it by putting it in terms of level 1, 2, 3. Level 1 means they understood very well, or 3 means they understood very well. 2 means they understood it reasonably well. 1 means it went above my head. All right. So this is called a rubric. So rubrics are, most students want to know how they will be assessed. For example, if you conduct a hackathon or design-thon, or if you help your students to participate, they go to a Baha competition or a design competition. These rubrics are important because the rubrics help students to prepare themselves, not in terms of mugging up, but in terms of doing their work, doing the work of learning or building a prototype so as to come in flying colors, let me say. All right. So I'll mention a little bit about rubrics. Okay, now we proceed to CO attainment calculation. All right. Before that, I think I need to do this first here. Okay, an example of COPO mapping. So here is one course I've taken, heat and mass transfer. There are 7 outcomes. How many outcomes do we write for a course? Well, if you write a large number of outcomes, they'll be fine-grained. If you write very few outcomes, they'll be coarse-grained. You have to strike a balance. But every outcome must be a significant part of the teaching, learning, and assessment of students in that course. All right, that's very important. So in this case, this is a heavy course, heat and mass transfer, typically offered in mechanical engineering and also allied branches, chemical engineering sometimes, and so on. And this course can be divided into two courses also. There could be heat and mass transfer 1 and 2, depends on the curriculum. Okay. Now, heat transfer is about how we transfer heat from one body to another. All right. How do we cool bodies or how do we heat up bodies? The heat transfer may be due to conduction, convection, radiation. It could be between metals. It could be, or the material could be in gaseous form like water to steam. It could be in solid form. It could be in a mixed form, blended form like water vapor with water vapor, that is mixture of water and steam and so on. So there's potentially a large number of engineering applications and uses some amount of mathematics as well. There's a good laboratory component also for that. Mass transfer is about moving mass from one place to another, all right? Materials handling and mass move. Here are the 7 outcomes. Solve practical new problems using basic concepts of heat and mass transfers. Evaluate steady and unsteady performance for insulation, thin and thermocouple. Analyze laminar and turbulent boundary layer flow and so on. Now, you might think that only a specialist in the field of mechanical or chemical engineering who has knowledge in this subject should be able to understand. In fact, I would go a little bit further. All faculty of mechanical and chemical engineering should be able to appreciate and contribute to this course outcomes. One need not teach a particular subject in a curriculum, but one could not become a specialist to the extent of teaching only 1 or 2 subjects. The entire curriculum must be owned by every teacher. That's very important because it is connecting the dots between the courses that helps the student achieve a holistic learning experience. And therefore, every teacher, at least of the discipline, in fact, I would even go a little bit further. If you are in engineering and if you have done a core course on heat and mass transfer, you should be able to appreciate that. You cannot say, I did my engineering degree 20 years ago and therefore I don't remember. All right. Okay, how do you map those 7 COs? Here are the 7 COs that I showed in the previous slide. Here are the 12 POs and PSOs, but I have taken only 4. All right, and each position in this matrix. Remember, this matrix is a very big matrix. I'm only showing a part of the matrix for that particular course on heat and mass transfer, and only the first 4 POs. All right. And the values are put here. Blank means it's not connected, and 2 means it's well connected, reasonably connected. 3 means it's strongly connected. All right. So course subject, course outcome 2 is connected with program outcome 2 quite strongly, and so on. And course outcome 7 is connected strongly with program outcome 3 and 4. That is the design and analysis and so on. Okay, so once we have this, so we need to prepare this matrix. It's not only preparing the matrix, but doing justification to the matrix, which means that my assessment for CO2 should really be at higher Bloom's level. It's a strong connection, right? And so on. At least at level 3 of Bloom and so on. All this is important. Now, having done this, then we can do course attainment calculation, CO attainment calculation. Every teacher must do this at the end of every course that he or she has taught. So we start teaching a course, we go through the timetable, we conduct the internal examinations, assessment, we give homework, we give practice problems to students, we clear their doubts and so on. And finally, an end semester examination or some form of assessment. And we combine all these different assessments in the course and award a grade to the student. Now, the work of the teacher doesn't stop with awarding the grade to the student. It has to go further and complete the calculation of CO attainment for every CO of that course. This must be part of the course file. And if we do it in this manner, integrated into our teaching, learning, and student assessment process, preparing the SAR and leveraging the advantage of OBE is automatic, is incidental. It's not a separate effort. It's not like burning the midnight oil and so on. So how do we calculate the CO attainment? Well, here are along the headings you see. The internal exams are shown: test 1, test 2, and a model exam, and the university or end semester examination. Here are the 4 students. I've taken a simple example, manageable example. 4 students, roll number, name, whatever is appropriate. And test 1, the marks obtained by the students, but broken down into the course outcomes, not in terms of the questions. Course outcome 1, the student 1 scored 30 marks, student 2 scored 25, student 3 scored 10, student 4 scored 14. These marks must be according to some rubrics or criteria, right? In most cases, we say full correct answer will be marked, and then we give some part marks, right? Now, there must be some rubrics to justify that. Which steps can carry marks, which steps do not carry marks? Is numerical error punished or marks reduced for numerical error to what extent? And those must be addressed in terms of rubrics and so on. Okay. Now, similarly, internal test 2, note that internal test 2 addresses CO3, CO4, and CO5, but not CO1 and CO2. Typically, internal examinations or tests cover only parts of the syllabus. So the first test will cover the first COs, assuming that the COs are taught in a sequence in the course in terms of lesson plan and so on. And the CO3, 4, 5 are in test 2. Model exam addresses all the COs, and so does the university exam. Of course, the weightages for the different COs could be different in the model and the university. They may not carry uniform weightages. Now, below you see number of students registered. In this example, it's all 4. Maximum course outcome wise, maximum marks. So in test 1, CO1 carried 50, CO2 carried 50. Doesn't mean there are only 2 questions. I could have 10 questions carrying 5 marks each for CO1 and 10 questions carrying 5 marks. Depends on the duration of the test and so on. Okay. But CO1 carried 50 marks, CO2 carried 50 marks. All right. Then we have threshold and so on. So I'll come to that in a moment. Like that, we fill all these columns. So when the course is completed, this entire matrix can be calculated and filled in. All right. Those of you who know spreadsheet as a computer tool, in fact, many in our academic administration office regularly use it. We teachers can find it very convenient to use, though there is a small learning curve to go through. And the spreadsheet can be prepared in a standard way and made available to all teachers in an institution, in the department. All they have to do is to populate the spreadsheet. In fact, the roll numbers of the students will be available. All they have to do is to take each of the tests. And these need not all be done in the end. As soon as the test 1 is over and the evaluation of the test is completed and the answer sheets are returned to the student, this part can be filled and so on. This is an ongoing process. At the end of the semester, the entire matrix will be filled in except a few columns. Now, what do you want to calculate here? We want to calculate the CO attainment level is 1, 2, or 3. 1 means the CO attainment level is somewhat around below average, you can say. 2 means about average. 3 means it's above average or good. So it's a qualitative thing, but numerically placed, numerically scaled. 1, 2, or 3. So we have a criteria, a rubric, an assessment criteria for 1, 2, and 3. In this case, I have taken a very simple criteria. If 50% of students score 50% above or 50% or above, I will consider it as level 1. If 60% of the students score 50% or above, it's medium or level 2. If 70% of the students score 50% and above, it is level 3 or high. This is my definition, right? you can question the definition. Is it a good definition, bad definition? Should we improve this definition? And so on. There are many questions to be asked, but let's take this as a definition for calculation. So you see that in CO1 in test 1, out of 4 students, 50% of 50 marks is 25, and 2 students scored 30 and 25. They're above that. So that is 50% of the students, 2 out of 4. So the level will be 1. Why is it not 2 or 3? Because for it to be 2, 60% of 4 students, that will be 2.4, or 3 students have to score above 50, which is not the case. 70%, for level 3, it should be 70% of 4, which is 2.8. Again, you might make it 3, all right? So similarly, you can fill in all this. Now, how do we calculate the final attainment of course outcome? I have CO1 attainment as level 1 or level 1 here in test 1, and level 3 in the model exam, level 3 in the university exam, and level 2 has not contributed to that. So you can give a weightage for each test. It could be the same weightage that we use for the marks of students to grade them. It could be, all right? So you take a weighted, you multiply each of the last column for the CO. If it is a blank, it's a 0, it doesn't contribute, and you take the weighted sum and divide it by the total weight, and that will give you the score, all right? Notice that the entire process can be automated, because in spreadsheet, I can put formulae so that when I populate this and if I use the appropriate command in the spreadsheet, it will calculate and fill in the values for me, all right? One value I have not shown here is the weighted sum average. Now let me proceed a little bit further. This is a COPO mapping. Another example, a little bit more realistic. So this is only a COPO mapping. Okay, so we have completed CO attainment calculation, but something about the threshold I have to comment. I'll come to that in a moment. Now we take a COPO mapping because we want to proceed to the calculation of program outcomes, how they are achieved. As I said, typically it's calculated for the graduating batch, the outgoing batch. But if you look at the NBA document carefully, you can also calculate PO outcomes at intermediate points. It's a balance of how much effort you want to do. For example, if you go to your doctor and he prescribes you some medication and says take the full course of medication for 10 days, you might report to him after 3 days about your temperature and how you are feeling, 2-3 parameters like that. Similarly, we can measure PO assessment even at intermediate points. In fact, if you look at the SAR specifically in criteria 8, it asks for assessment of POs in terms of first year courses, common courses for the curriculum, all right? So you can do the calculation at several stages, but typically the important one is when the students graduate. So I want to proceed to the calculation of COs, and we do it through the COPO mapping. So here is an example for COPO mapping. The semester subject code is given, and the course name and the course outcomes are given. For the course, this course, which is C203, I have 1, 2, 3, 6 outcomes. For each outcome, PO 1 to 12, yeah. Any comments?
There is no cost.
Okay, so up to PO12, all the columns are shown, and this is the COPO matrix I have mentioned, has values 3, 2s, and 1s. Okay, it's fairly simple to design this matrix in a meaningful way. And as I said, having put your values in the matrix, you must do justice to that in terms of teaching, learning, and assessment of students. Okay, once we have this matrix, we can proceed to the program outcome calculation. I'll explain that here. Yeah, this is the PO attainment calculation slide. So we have course and course outcomes. This is the entire articulation matrix, the full matrix. I've taken only two courses here, C301 and C302, and I've put 301 the 6 outcomes and 302 again 6 outcomes. It could vary depending on the course. And remember, for each of these courses, we calculated the course outcomes separately by forming a weighted average. Once you form weighted averages, you can get values which are fractional, like between 1 and 2, between 2 and 3, or below 1, between 0 and 1, and so on. You can get values like that. So those values are put in here. So these values come from the course attainment calculation done by the respective teachers who taught the course for this batch of students. Then what we do for PO calculation is that we have the weightages of the course outcome for the respective POs. For example, PO1, PO2, and so on. All right, this is from the articulation matrix. So what I do is I multiply the course outcome attainment level, this is 1.5, by the strength column, namely it has a strength of 1. That course outcome has a strength of 1 for that particular program outcome. So 1 into 1.5. Plus similarly 1 into 2.1 plus 1 into 2.4, 1 into 2.5 plus 1 into 2.4 plus 1 into 2.7, and divide that sum by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that is what we have said. The calculation is column A, the attainment level, course attainment level column, multiplied by column B, which is different for different program outcomes, divided by sum of column B. All right. And that value is what is shown here, 2.27, 2.34, and so on. For example, you take PO9, all the 12 outcomes have some connection with PO9. All right. So you have to multiply all this with 1 or 2 as the case may be, and then divide the total sum by 6 into 2 plus 1 into 6, that is 18, and you'll get 2.04. So there's a lot of numbers and calculation. The calculations can be automated again. Even though it's a big matrix, on the computer having a spreadsheet of something like a couple of hundred rows and a few dozen columns and doing calculations is just the click of a mouse. All right, you don't have to do it manually. But the important thing is that having done the calculation, making use of what it says, all right, interpreting and deriving value out of the calculation, right? It's like, it's important to eat good food, but you must digest that good food and get some value out of it, right? Okay. And that part is an academic part. It involves the faculty of the department. The PO attainment calculation must be reviewed by every faculty, because every faculty has an opportunity to see the course that he or she taught. Maybe 1, maybe 2, maybe 3 courses that he or she taught for that batch at different stages, how they have figured in the attainment levels of PO and what can they glean from it. All right. So understanding and making use of the attainment calculation is everybody's responsibility. That it's a departmental level responsibility. Calculation can be automated. The CO calculation is teacher's responsibility. The PO calculation done by a program coordinator and shared with all the faculty and the teachers and so on. Okay. Now a little bit about the criteria for assessment. There are 2 attainment, again, in the 2 attainment level also, sorry for jumping. Okay. So how do I consider these attainment levels? Well, is 2.7 good enough? Am I just going to say everything is good? Is 1.93 not good enough? And so on. So you have to set a target. You have to set a target, a reference level. Remember, any measurement which you want to get a feedback out of, you should have a reference point, and that reference point you set. It can be based on some experience, it can be based on a perturbation or sensitivity analysis and so on, all right? So you need to set a reference point. I'll come to that. In terms of CO calculation, if you go, the attainment levels can be defined by the program coordinator, head of the department, in conjunction with faculty. But there must be a justification. In fact, if you have a reference level for program outcome, or if you have some criteria, assessment criteria for course outcomes, you must justify it, why you have done it that way. You must have something written about it. You cannot simply say, I liked it, or I followed it because somebody else followed it. That's like our students saying, why are you not remembering anything about networks, sir? I learned it in the third semester, and now I've graduated. So you cannot give excuses like that, okay? Now, level 3 attainment is taken as low, 2 as medium, and 3 as high. Now you can define, for example, the 3 levels of attainment can be defined as 70% of students scoring more than average marks will be level 3. Remember, our assessment criteria was 70% of students scoring 50% or above marks, but you can change it to above average. So very often in analyzing the outcome or analyzing the student performance in the course, we say how many students passed, how many students did not earn the credit or failed. But we don't ask question like how many students got A grade. What is the class grade point average? Is the grade point average of how many students have reached the cumulative grade point average at that stage of being close to the first class, let us say 73% and so on. Not every student will be able to do it, but some distribution gives you an idea. But cumulative grade point average tells you about student performance. It does not break it down into course outcomes and program outcomes. So there are 2 parameters here. How many students performed in a particular CO and to what level, all right, in terms of their assessment, right? So there are 2 parameters you can play with. If you increase the performance level of the student, obviously you will be tending more towards 1 and 2. If you increase the number of students at a performance level, again you will be tending towards 2 and 1 and so on. So these have to be very carefully defined, and this is not fixed in the OBE system. It's not fixed. It is your choice. It is your prerogative to use this to your advantage. Okay, so we have completed that program attainment calculation. How do you use this outcome calculation for improvement? All right. So I've taken an example from one of the visits I made. It was a tier 1 institution. For keeping the decorum, I will not reveal the identity of the institution, but I have taken it actually from the SAR. There are several examples. I've just picked one example. So the SAR, the civil engineering program in this institution for accreditation, came out with an assessment for PO1, engineering knowledge, as 2.5. As 2.3 calculated assignment. But the target they set was 2.5. All right. This target is not set after looking at the assignment. It's not relative grading. It could be relative grading, but you have to set a target, okay? For example, you can look at the attainment level of all the different outcomes and then decide what will be a good. For example, criteria 1 to 5, PO 1 to 5, they are hard criteria or they're stronger in terms of engineering related criteria. It's not that they're important to the extent of neglecting other criteria, not at all. But you can give it a higher target for it, for example. Okay, so in this case, 2.3 calculated assignment was low. So they have to ask the question, how can I improve this attainment level? For that, you have to go back to see how did this attainment level 2.3 below 2.5 came about. So you trace it back to which COs contributed to this PO1 from the articulation matrix and the calculations. So that analysis will will take you back. You do a backward analysis, and this is to be done academically. That two courses were identified: Foundations of Mechanics of Material course, which is a basic course, and mathematics courses, Statistics and Integral Transforms and Numerical Methods and PDEs. These three courses, their COs were low, and that is what pulled down this PO1 to 2.3. All right. This is a kind of analysis you have to do. It is difficult to automate, but you can have some tools for supporting this. And I'm sure in the next few years, 3-4 years, there'll be AI-based tools which will do this automatically for many of us. All right. There's a good research problem in pedagogy. Okay. So based on this, based on the diagnosis that these three courses are the ones to work upon to bring this from 2.3 to 2.5, what do we do? That is stated in this slide. The diagnosis indicates, we can go in terms of performance indicator and things like that. That one action is that in the mechanics of materials, we need to bring in more real world experience in classroom teaching. All right, for connecting the concepts and so on. Let me explain this a little bit. How do we actually do this? How do we implement? In mechanics of materials, for example, we teach failure of parts, right? Stress, strain, loads, and so on. Okay. It could be dynamic, it could be static, and so on. Doesn't matter. Let's take a simple case like static loads and so on. We teach that. Now, there are different failures. The failure can be due to compression, can be due to tension, it can be due to twisting forces, and so on, like, buckling and so on. Various kinds of things are there. So you can actually demonstrate in the class by showing videos or by taking some simple demonstration parts where you can apply a compressive force to a simple solid cylindrical piece. All right, and show that the bottom portion of that piece experiences tension, the top portion experiences compression, and at a certain point, if the top portion is where the failure occurs, it breaks, you know that it's a compression failure and so on. So these kind of demonstrations, you can take the students to the laboratory and show also. Usually the laboratory will have a component to connect this, but what this analysis indicates is that the connection was not automatically happening in the learning by the students, and that it had to be explicitly brought into the theory course. So sometimes you may do this by attaching a laboratory as part of a theory course and treating it as an integral component. But then in that case, you have to run both concurrently in the same semester and so on. Okay. Similarly, you can describe the buckling failure and so on. What is action 2? Mathematical course in the third semester. We identify statistics and numerical methods to introduce contextual problems of civil engineering. So what this says that when I teach mathematics, I should use problems. If I'm teaching a section of civil engineering students, I could use problems, simple problems of civil engineering that is manageable at that level in that course. All right. So instead of teaching them how to solve a second order differential equation, you teach them a simple problem in the field. If it's a mechanical problem, for example, it could be a spring mass damper system, and you could show that system and so on. Of course, this is difficult. We are taking the course in the nature of an applied mathematics. Instead of doing it separately, you want to do it. This can be done in a variety of ways. The course could be shared by a mathematics teacher and a teacher of the discipline, and so on, right? Or the mathematics teacher could use some videos and so on. For example, I earlier mentioned this, in solving mathematics problems, encourage students to present the solution in the form of graphs or plots and so on, in a variety of ways, right? Not just as a symbolic equation, right? That will connect them to what they learn in other courses and so on. So when targets are achieved and outcomes are attained, subsequently, We don't sit quiet. We revise and set higher standards as part of continuous improvement. So let me give you an analogy. If at the at the if we think of our students attaining program outcomes, we analogize it and simplify it to high jump event. They can jump 2.5 feet when they come into the course with their preparation. But we want them to jump 4 feet and above when they clear the course, when they qualify for the degree. All right. So we set targets and help them to reach higher level. Now, in our assessment, if some students, if only some students are not able to reach at that level, if some outcomes are not being reached at that level, then we, if we are reaching, then we increase the target. If they're already all of them are at 4 feet or so, we make it 4.3 feet and so on. So this is a continuous improvement. Is not an end. It is a continuous process. All right. And there's no end to it because students are changing, curriculum is changing, so therefore your emphasis on outcomes will change and so on. So you have to keep doing this in a continuous fashion. All right. So target setting and using feedback for improvement are continuous process and academic processes. All right. Okay, so these two we have discussed. Now a simple recap. What did we do in this almost, I would say, about close to 2 hours? We have seen course outcomes, program outcomes, and outcome, they're central to the outcome-based model. We have seen CO-PO mapping, how to write COs, Bloom's taxonomy, alignment of teaching, learning, and assessment of students, how to calculate CO attainment, how to calculate PO attainment, and how to use this for continuous improvement. All right. Hope these takeaways are something that you can further work on. And thank you very much for patient listening. I'll be available again when Professor Ranganath completes his presentation during the question answer session. Thank you very much for patient listening. Over to the organizers, please.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Professor R.V. Ranganath, BMS College of Engineering, Bangalore, to speak on self-assessment report. Professor R.V. Ranganath has obtained his Bachelor of Engineering in Civil Engineering degree from National Institute of Engineering, Mysore University. MTech and PhD from IIT Delhi. Research interests include fly ash found as concrete, self-compacting concrete, geopolymer concrete, fly ash, slag and other industrial byproducts. He is a recipient of AICTE Career Award for Young Teachers in 1998 and ICI Fosrock Award for Outstanding Concrete Technologist for the year 2011 by Indian Concrete Institute, Chennai, national level. He has served as Dean Academics as DSE at Institute of Technology. During 2014, of outcome-based education in engineering institutions through NBA awareness programs and evaluator training programs as resource person. Over to you, sir.
Thank you for that kind introduction. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Is okay. So I will switch on this to the presentation mode.
Yes, sir.
Is the screen available?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So in between, I will be asking whether I'm audible, just to check whether I'm with the participant. Please, someone has to respond. Okay. Thank you for inviting. It's always a pleasure to talk about something about self-assessment report in your inaugural welcome. You did say that if the departments and the faculty members look at self-assessment report and start preparing well, it will actually give a good sense of outcome-based education and the preparation for accreditation. So in the whatever remaining time, I'm not sure the respected Professor Muthukrishnan probably took a little more time than what was allotted to him. So I can go up to what time, madam? This is 1 o'clock now, let us say. Till what time I can go on. Hello? Okay. Self-assessment report actually provides preparedness status for institute or program level for the MBA visit. It also provides first impression about the institutional program. It presents a crisp program status to the evaluation team and addresses the process for extent. Basically, when evaluators come, they will be looking at what are the type of evidences which they would like to cover. So in the next about 1 hour, I will be spending more time on what is expected from evaluators when they come and the kind of preparation one can do from your point of view. Okay. So basically, SAR is divided into 3 parts, part A, B, and C. A is mostly institutional information, basically you're a government institution or aided institution or a private society and so on. So those details are required for MBA to have a good glance of your institution. Program level criteria are the one which mostly department will look into it, and these are very important. So department will be preparing the 7 criteria, which we will go in detail. And remaining 3 criteria, namely the first year academic, student support system, and governance, will be prepared at institution level, and this will be common to all the programs. Okay. MBA SAR also consists of a well-defined 12 program outcomes, which was discussed by Professor Krishnan. And MBA also suggests that a couple of the program-specific outcomes can be defined if you are very specialized in that by the programs like MBA. Though there are 2 systems, was indicated in the morning by Dr. Nasa sir, Tier 1 and Tier 2. But the evaluation criteria are the same for both the tier institutions. That doesn't change in this country. Okay, only because of their nature of functioning, some weightages have been reduced. So when we discuss criteria as different marks could be here and there slightly different, which you can actually find out from the SAR when you download from the National Board of Accreditation website. Now, vision and mission statements are the first criteria is all about your program and the department. And we would like to know what kind of vision the department is having. So these are basically statements which the department has to say, and mission, how you are going to achieve them. That has to be put. Now, when evaluators come, they will be looking at as a statement. And if your vision is a nice statement, they will take an account, make a note of that. But if it is looked into some kind of a definition which MBA has defined, if there are some action verbs and etc., then probably they will look into it and then accordingly marks will be allocated because we have to evaluate. Nobody will tell you that vision is wrong or something like that. But if there are some kind of a sustained monitoring or action verbs are there, try to correct it right now. Before you go for accreditation, because visions have to be supposed to be a statement. Like mission looks like a vision and vision looks like a mission in this case. Hence, you have to correct before actually you do it. That's a scope you do when you apply for accreditation. Generally, when evaluators come, they look at the statements and appropriate and relevant statements and consistency with respect to the institute. All department vision mission have to be aligned with the institute's vision and mission, because institute is a bigger umbrella and departments are likely to work under an institution unless your department itself is too big and has a reputation much beyond your institution. In such cases only you can have a different vision other than the institute vision. So the exhibits which evaluators will be looking at is what kind of statements were made and are they available, where are they published, and so on. Next is the program educational objectives. Now these are actually the statements which the promises which the departments have to make. These actually reflect what your graduates are likely to do after 3 to 5 years of their graduation, not during their graduation. And hence, you will do well by taking all stakeholders into consideration, define them in a manner which they will reflect as a promises to the stakeholders, namely the parents, students themselves, and the employers, and so on. Now, generally, MBA looks at them in the broad perspective, how you are preparing them for either employability or for higher education, what kind of core competency can be given, what kind of professionalism can be important, and whether they are going to learn lifelong learning skills or whether they are responsible to the environment and so on. If there are about 3 to 5 statements, with well-defined statements are available, that's the end of the evaluation, and that's what you are going to write them clearly. And if required, you can also explain, keep it, or when evaluators come and ask you, you can actually do this. This is what is expected, and the same thing you are going to present it in your SAR. Just an example like this, graduates after 3 to 5 years will be able to compete in a global platform to pursue professional education, electrical engineering, and allied discipline. For example, after 3 to 5 years, your engineers who have studied electrical can compete in any of those professional careers, not necessarily electrical nowadays, because they may learn few other IT related things now and move on to do many things beyond electrical engineering, and hence probably would like to add something like that. In addition, they can pursue higher education, they can communicate effectively, and they can show concern to the society environment. Now, these kind of action verbs, what they are likely to do after 3 to 5 years, represent a good POs. Instead of writing, we are training students to do this, we are making them to do this. So it's not about what you do, it is more of what they can show is what is expected in program educational objectives. Once they are there, the marks of 5 marks will be given to them. So in this criteria, mostly MBA expects you to write where all you are going to disseminate them. So evaluators will be looking at whether they are available in the website or where you are displayed physically, etc., HRD number, etc. So it is straightforward sub-criteria 1.3. So have a good display of that, and wherever you disseminated it, talk about it and show as evidence when evaluators come. So that is a pretty straightforward. And evaluators, when they come, are likely to look at these are the places. So process of dissemination, who did you do, what kind of awareness program you did, and where all they have been displayed. In criteria 1.4, you are expected to deliberate on the process to ensure what kind of vision and mission you have stated, and POs. Preferably those who are going for the first time have to have a good documentation of this, because evaluators will be interested. How the faculty members, develop these things in consultation with whom. So what are the process? So description of that process, what you do, step 1, step 2, step 3, you can write. And you can also, for the vision and POs. And you can also say which are the stakeholders which you have contacted. Accordingly, marks will be given either in the Tier 1 or Tier 2. These marks will be slightly different for Tier 1 and Tier 2, which you will get in the SAR. A simple process, something like this, I'm not suggesting that only this, any type of process which you see, a representation is generally gives a good indication to the evaluators quickly to comprehend what you are doing and to move on with their evaluation. And hence, it will be a good representation in your research. You can include something and write those steps, because program coordinator, after contacting external stakeholders such as alumni industry, what did you do? After consulting internal stakeholders, what did you do? While keeping in keeping in view of the vision and mission of the department, we finalized POs, and some discussion took place. They also took some advice from outside by the committee, and then POs have been established after going through the various statutory bodies in your department or your institution. That's what is expected, and the documentary evidence for all that, what you have done, communication, discussion, pictures, etc., will form a good exhibits for the evaluators to go through your process, how you arrived at your vision, and POs, and that pretty much completes the criteria. Moving on, this one is actually needs to find out whether the department believes in what they write, and are they going to practice. So there will be a mission with performance indicators for a vision which you have created, and you have promised something to the students, or they in line, or some consultant has given you, there is no indication of anything which you understand. So NBA would like to know. So the only thing I would like to suggest here is mission is at the department level. So whatever you do, those activity for a department which can have more than one program. For example, a department can have a program B computer science, B information science, or a diploma in computer science, so on and so forth. Each program will have a program educational objective, but the vision and mission are same for the department. And hence, with respect to the mission, what kind of promise you made and how do they correlate? If they correlate substantial, write 3. If they correlate moderate, you write 2. And if they correlate slightly, you write 1 and have a justification. That's what is expected. A simple example with one of those SARs which we get, I have tried to represent it, not arguing whether good or bad, basically. But somebody has written that, let us say, they would like, the mission of the department is to make competent civil engineers with high-level professional, etc. So that's why here, all the activities which they do, if they do, are they going to meet this promise? Graduates will become successful in civil engineering. If this activity with respect to this, if this is going to be achieved, whether it correlates well 3, 2, 1, which you have to write and justify. So that kind of an exercise, and when evaluators come, we would like to have a friendly discussion with the MBA coordinator of the department or the head of the departments. And once that discussion is done, this evaluation is very much done. And please remember, this is quite a significant marks, and in fact, this can push you nearly to 60 to 70% of the marks in criteria 1, 1.4 and 1.5. So you have to spend a little more time in achieving them at a proper level. Okay? So when evaluators come, that's what they will be looking at it. Whether there are statements, proper statements are there, and how they have been fixed consistency. For Tier 1 and Tier 2, the marks will be slightly different. And now for exhibits, what you have done, what kind of documents you have maintained, if it is shown, that is pretty much clear in criteria 1. Okay? Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Thank you. Moving on, program, curriculum, and teaching learning process is something which is very core to any program or department. This is something most of us do in a day in and day out. And there is significant weightage given by the National Board for Accreditation, obviously. And this has to be represented properly in your self-assessment report. The first one, sub-criteria 2.1.1, is to ascertain what kind of curriculum has been designed. It was told beautifully in the morning by Professor Muthukrishnan that the design is top-down, but the evaluation is bottoms-up. So first, we would like to know whether the curriculum which is available to you, either through Tier 1 stream or Tier 2 stream, meets the requirement of achieving program outcomes and few program specific outcomes which you have defined. So hence you have to write the process details. If you have found any, identified the gaps, what kind of gaps and how are you going to meet that gap is what is expected to be set in the first sub-criteria 2.1.1. Now, this is also expected that how you are going to do, whether you are going to do it with additional course or learning material, laboratory experiments, etc. If you are a Tier 2 institution, you need to get the curriculum of the university, whichever university you belong to, and then ask your teachers to have a good look at it. And for individual teachers, do have a good exercise of writing down the course outcomes, mapping them to appropriate POs, and then take the core courses and the projects and try to distribute them to all POs and see whether many of those courses have been represented to all the POs. Okay, some exercise has to be done, something like that. And if there are some program outcomes of the NBA are not represented properly from your course, let us say, which has been given by university, then you cannot blame on university, then you have to do something on your own. Okay, so some extra models can be required. Some you can divide, design all that and make whatever exercise you have done, make available and break it down properly. And what did you identify? Once you do this exercise along with your faculty, that has to be represented. Now, this is what SAR expects you to do. Once you do it, explain the process. How did you achieve it? Whatever process you do, most welcome, because different people can do different exercises, and we would not like to do that, to do like this only. That is killing any innovation which the programs or institution would like to do. Once you do that, identify the gap, what action you wanted to do, and tell them relevantly. For example, if you find a gap that, in one of the earlier, in couple of universities when we visited, the project management and finance was not at all, a course for an undergraduate in some of the programs. So that leaves quite a big gap, because program 11, P11 goes unnoticed basically, or unattended. Institutes cannot say that since university has not given, we are not done. But then all the attributes have to be done for accreditation purpose. So what action did you take? Did you devise some 20-30 hours of course? How did you do? How many people attended? Which PO you are targeted? P11 you targeted. So some specific information like that you have to provide and have documentary evidence for that. And this criteria is generally taken care. For Tier 1, it is pretty simple because you will be designing curriculum. So what kind of curriculum development workshops you conducted for the past 2-3 years? Generally, Dean's Office, Dean's Academics Office do this kind of an activity. Have a good record of them and explain to the evaluators what did you do. And then once you have finalized your core program, courses, so in the form of LTP, lecture, tutorial, practical, you present it. In addition, and we also want you to know the components of this curriculum in terms of basic sciences, core, elective, etc. You will do good for the purpose of presentation. If you do with a nice pie charts and compare the ACT model curriculum or any institution which you are trying to role model, you have kept it as a role model. Compare them and where you are and how you are moving ahead to achieve that basically. So such analysis will always help to understand the evaluators, your intentions of designing and meeting the program curriculum. Having designed that, Tier 1 institutions are expected to make a simple compliance here, whether all program outcomes are taken care by your own design. If not, what allocation you are doing to meet the program outcomes of the NBA. NBA program outcomes have to be met by design. That is the point I am trying to make. Once that is done, 2.2 has got a significant marks here. In fact, slightly more for Tier 2 institution. This is for Tier 1, let us say. So any of these activities or some of these activities, whichever your teachers do in parts or in groups, let us say, have to be presented here systematically, whether it is a collaborative learning or it is an analysis of data or any other ICT supported learning you are doing now, which your teachers are doing. Please describe them in this particular course. Our teachers are involved in this to make this particular pedagogical initiative. So in the morning, the technical director was also talking about this particular initiative. There are many things which our teachers do, but probably they have not been brought to the notice either or recorded properly. Now is the time. Please put all that together and bring it here. So please represent it here. You do not have to give all the details here. The details will go to the course files which the teachers maintain. But a clear mention of that and an illustration of that will give a good example for the evaluators to go through before they actually come to you for further evaluation. So once you do that, this criteria will be taken care, and hence evaluators will be looking at various guidelines like this, adherence to the calendar, what methodologies you do for using, what pedagogical initiative you have done, how are you treating your weak and bright students, classroom ambience and lab experiments, etc. will be done during the physical visit when they actually come and visit your courses. So enough of information will be brought when evaluators are visited and corroborated with what you have written. So what you write, you have to represent when evaluators have to come, and this criteria will be taken care. In the next sub criteria, evaluators would like to know, because continuous internal assessment, which is kind of a formative assessment, has gained more importance in outcome-based education. So how are you designing your question papers? Are they meeting the requirements of the course outcomes? What kind of assignments you are giving them? How are you evaluating them? Which are the POs you are targeting? So those kind of details are sought through a comprehensive file which can maintain at the department level, including all courses which you can would like to exhibit. Or individual course files can also be presented for the evaluation. But definitely evaluators would like to know the process involved and whether some kind of an alignment, constructive alignment has been done. So the same thing, what you are doing has to be written carefully and presented here in this particular sub-criteria. Now there is quality of student projects. Of course, most programs do a lot of importance. I'm aware in India. But with the Washington Accord, alliance with us, more and more emphasis is given to the type of projects which students do, either in their coursework or a minor project to design in your curriculum, or the capstone project or a major research project which they do. In fact, I had an opportunity to represent NBA along with the experts who came from different countries for the evaluation for the extension. So I was pleasantly surprised that most of the time these evaluators are only looking at the projects and how intrinsically people are doing what has been evaluated. And hence, because they, when I was discussing, they said projects generally give the outcome straight away. So we can actually pick up whether students have attained the required outcomes straight away. Whereas it is difficult to establish in a course, we have to do a lot of work. But whereas projects are straightforward case with the kind of evidences we get. So my appeal to all programs who are going through for subsequent accreditation would be to maintain a good record and write down the process of projects, how you are giving them, how you are evaluating them, what are the things you are evaluating, which are the program outcomes you are evaluating, are you covering some of these outcomes, which are, let us say, 7, 8, and project management, etc. So this becomes very important, etc. And in fact, when evaluators come, it becomes a good exercise for you to present it in a nice manner, all these projects. So, in addition, of course, this criteria also expects you to look at industry-supported laboratories if you can, and then some kind of a partial delivery. Not many people can show industry-supported laboratories. Probably I saw plenty of them in College of Engineering, Pune, when I visited. But not other institutions may not be able to do, but at least what they can do is definitely partial delivery. I'm sure there will be industry experts in and around your institutions. Please call them, give them some 6 to 7 hours of your coursework. You cover the fundamentals, ask them to link it to the real world, and students are likely to enjoy. So that's something which you can definitely do. In addition to that, your student, how they are going for industry internship or summer training, which are the places where they are going, and what is the impact of such exercise for last 2-3 years, just how many students went, and is there any improvement in what they expect. And if you are going for industry internship, when they come back, are you evaluating them? If you are evaluating them, for which program outcome you are evaluating them? That is the type of information mostly evaluators will be looking into, and hence probably will do well if you can do that. So that's the type of exhibits people would like to know. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Thank you. Moving on, there is something probably I need some time, but anyway, since Professor Muthu Krishnan covered it very elaborately, I will probably skip a couple of slides, but doesn't matter. They will be available for you to have a look at it a little later. So in this criteria, it is straightforward. What NBA wants you is to define course outcomes. It was told how to define a course outcome, let us say. Once you define a course outcome, how are they being correlated with the correlation of 3 to 1? Now, the definition of a course outcome itself will tell many things to the evaluator. Whether you are learned how to write a course outcome, because the morning Professor K.K. Agarwal did mention about outcome-based education. So, what is that you want your students to learn? If that definition is proper, have the job done. And then whether you are aligned it to proper outcomes, because these courses cannot be wasted by not linking it to any of these program outcomes, because what you get is about 18 to 24 courses, probably most programs and maybe more in a few places. and the projects. So eventually they are going to cover bulk of it. So this particular 3.2 will actually tell you how good you are practicing in outcome-based education in the first instance. Now, PO statements have been elaborated by the speakers. Just for the sake of continuity, I'm doing it here. Please remember that these are all very important. Please read them very carefully, every word of it. Professor Muthukrishnan spent enough time to explain to you on the implications and importance of them. In addition, you can also define what is known as program-specific outcomes if you are doing very specifically. Many people, when we go right, student at the end of the course will be able to do, good communication as a program-specific outcome in electrical engineering. No. Specific, good communication has already come in PO. So that cannot be only for specific, only electrical engineering. Something you do only in electrical engineering, which other disciplines do not do, that forms this program-specific outcome. So you have to use the same type of action verbs which are generally used in program outcomes. You can take those outcomes and very specific, which is to your department, you can construct and then prepare your specific outcomes. So these PO 1 to 5 are very important because they are aligned to Washington Accord, and hence if you meet our program outcomes of NBA, you are as good as meeting the international alliance, and then NBA will be able to defend its action. 1 to 5 are very important for all programs with any disciplines because they generally cover the core competence. Okay, application of all your knowledge, problem solving skills for engineer is absolutely necessary. Design, without design, what is an engineer? So obviously designing of system components or a system itself becomes very important component. Okay, and then when they go out, no problem is known to them. Generally, it is a complex problem unknown to them. So can they conduct investigation for an open-ended problem? So that is something like that, but complex problem again. And then whether they can use some modern tools to do some kind of an activity, complex engineering activity. 1 to 5, why it is important is, somewhere, everywhere complex engineering is coming. So you have to design some activities either in your curriculum or you can use your programs, individual courses to bring in some of them, if not all of them, to give this complex engineering problem solving skills to your student in order to meet the OB requirement. Complex engineering problem as defined by NBA is something, these are not the problems encountered at the end of the book chapters, but problems that have been kept like open choices, which means you do about 2-3 parameters and ask them to do completely remaining parameters or teach something contextually, but try to apply that knowledge for exactly a totally reverse problem, for example. So that kind of a situation where they're not exposed, they may solve, they may not, they struggle to solve, doesn't matter. But that's where teachers have to encourage students to get that kind of a experience, actually. So that is what is expected. Of course, using the fundamental laws of physics, chemistry, mathematics, engineering principles, whatever they could, whatever they have been told. So course outcomes are simply measurable statement. It has been told already. Only simply writing understand is a very bad example of showing. So such course outcomes are not going to help you. If you represent it for the evaluators to look at it. Use of Bloom's taxonomy could help you, but National Board for Accreditation does not prescribe to any taxonomy, whether it's Bloom or Solo. But if it helps to teachers to organize their thoughts in terms of defining COs, aligning their assessments for evaluating the learning of the outcomes, you can use one of those taxonomies, absolutely no problem. So, but remembering and understanding, Professor Muthukrishnan did talk about some of the ACT document. Everything was there. Many questions were asked in remembering and understanding to some extent, about 20-30%, because you would like to know whether your students know it or not, basically. So there is nothing wrong in asking such question. But when you want to map it to program outcomes of the NBA, the questions which you asked to remember and understanding, if you map it to apply or analyze or evaluate, that is not a good mapping. So that is something which evaluators probably will be looking at it. terms of their action, this will actually serve as a basis for them to do. Okay, be careful with that. So generally, a course outcome, you can use many methods. People have been teaching you many things, etc. But when evaluators come, they will be looking at in a course outcome two things simple. Is there an action word? What is that teacher is trying to measure? Which skill or which part of students' learning they will be measuring? So there could be many. Is it application or a demonstration or a computation or analysis or a design? So you choose depending upon what you would like to measure, whatever your thought, let us say. And then which learning statement? This could again depend on whatever courses you are teaching. This learning statement could be part of your, thermal design if you are a mechanical engineer, structural analysis if I am a civil engineer, or a web design thing if you are a computer science engineering. So it varies. So basically there has to be an action word and a learning statement depending upon. Now, what probably you would like to do as a teacher is, as a course as a whole, you would like to look at it, and which skill is very important for a student once he goes through this course. How is he going to use it subsequently, for either for continuation of a prerequisite course to do further courses, or to apply in the field eventually. Okay, so that is something you have to comprehend and design a course outcome. So once that is done, your job becomes very easy. Something like that is ideal. So you should head towards something like that. So for a simple course like strength of materials, an action word could be students at the end of the course will be able to apply laws of physics. Laws of physics could be Hooke's law, Sentiment principles, or many of them out of those 5-6 units which we teach, let us say components which we teach. For what? To compute different types of responses. What kind of responses? Generally, many of those, wood or steel or aluminum or brass, we would like to measure stress and deformation in the given material. And this material could be very general, be it steel or aluminum for mechanical engineers, or wood or steel for civil engineers, which or concrete, which is mostly civil engineers do, and similarly for chemical engineers. So this is a very broad type of course outcomes which you can think, which has an action word and a learning statement. Something like that is ideal, but this is what you have to do. And generally, people keep repeating apply, but then I don't say it is wrong, but probably you are wasting your course outcomes for that particular course. Probably you would like to do a little more in that course because you don't get many opportunities to help students to learn. So if you have a course which has also a laboratory component, you can actually club them. And the conduction of experiment to validate the physical behavior, they will be writing the reports, laboratory reports for open and experiment you have done. So you can actually link it to PO4 and PO10 apart from your PO1 and PO2. So this is how this has to be, one can think of doing this course outcomes. And of course, the mapping was, correlation was explained to you in the morning, 3 to 1, substantial, moderate, and etc. I would say in a simple word, if you can collect enough of evidences, let us say in test also you give this question, you are trying to measure application, and in an assignment also you are measuring application and some other activity application, which means you have got enough evidence to show to the evaluator or anybody else that this skill has been given to you. So it obviously has to be a substantial, something like that. If you cannot do many activities and few activities only, then it has to be moderate, something like that. Okay? So instead of putting the hours, etc., I know a few people do a lot of exercises, mathematics and all that. It can be a little more simpler in that way. Just to give an example, if teachers can pitch themselves in a different way. For example, if you are going for a concrete mixed proportioning, which is very simple, cement concrete aggregate, kind of a proportioning, basically. So if I give all the ingredients to 10 people, they are not going to make the same type of strong concrete because some kind of a mixture proportion is there. If one teacher, let us say, fixes pictures like him, understand mixed proportioning, and in the test he will ask only briefly explain various methods. Now, if he has mapped it to CO3 and PO1, when evaluators come, they will look at what is the course outcome. There is nothing wrong in course outcome. Nobody says that you cannot define like this. It is your choice. You can define. Why not? nobody also questions you what question you are asking, because you want to know that whether your students can do, explain various methods of this thing. Up to this point, absolutely no problem. You are right. But when it comes to the mapping, and then you are going to take this particular attainment of performance of students for calculation of attainment, that's where the problem starts. If it is mapped to PO1, application is the skill which is required. Did your students apply here? No. Now, since that is relevant, but you would have shown a very high attainment in the particular question. That is where the problem starts, and hence evaluators, if there is 5 marks to be given, you are unlikely to get 1 or 2 marks here. So that is the issue. But another teacher who can pitch it a little higher for the same type of topic, he can write it, either design or analyze a concrete mix for field application using various relevant IS codes. So I'll give a very open-ended question like that. Just give them the target and then ask them to use the relevant information. I'm not giving much of information. Students can work in group, etc., collect a lot of evidence. Later come, is it a design? Yes, it is a design. What does PO3 says? Yes, it is design of a system component or a system. If it is relevant, out of 5 marks, you are likely to get more and more. So this can make or break for your 3 years or 6 years if you are in that range, or no accreditation to accreditation, you are in that range. And hence, a teacher becomes very important in pitching what kind of course outcomes he design, what kind of assessment he chooses and gives, and how he evaluates. This is the whole thing which Professor Uthukrishnan was trying to explain in the morning beautifully, using some of the ACT documents, etc. So when the evaluators comes, they will be looking at that particular part. Suppose some COPO mapping you have presented to them, they will look what course outcome for what you have mapped. Is that mapping okay? Then they will ask your course file and which question you asked. If that correlates well, your job is done. It is beautifully done. That's how you have to be very careful. And sometimes people try to do too many things. Actually, be careful what kind of evidence you can take. If you can take properly with various assessment tools you have within that 3 to 4 months of teaching learning process for you, that much only you should target instead of targeting too many things like this teacher who has done when we went there. This teacher has written about 6 course outcome because MBA said about 6, and he has mapped it to everything. Now, is it wrong? We cannot say anything is wrong in outcome-based education, let us say. It's all right, but can he collect evidence for all the 12 POs, 11 POs which he has represented? Highly impossible. So this is how, when this kind of things are presented, evaluators would know that probably you need a little more time to understand outcome-based education. One of the things which was talked in the morning was we have to move towards national education policies, and more teachers have to build in their teaching learning process or pedagogy the different innovation. Problem-based learning could be one of the things which I think, it's only a personal opinion, there are many things people do, a lot of collaborative learning. Out of that, project-based learning is one of them, but that is very specific. Few departments can do. Case studies management people do a lot. We can learn a lot from management people and probably architecture teachers. They do a lot of different activities and evaluation methods. But problem-based learning is something which is very simple, which actually a group of students can actually identify few steps and create a solution within your course or within your subject which you teach. That is possible. Because this is contextual, whatever you can teach in a typical course. For example, concrete technology, I teach the ingredients of cement, aggregate, etc., their properties, what they can do in a systematic course which we normally do. But in a problem-based learning, I also encourage them, make them groups and define few new problems which are unknown to them, and make them to work and evaluate for teamwork, communication, and since they do it independently, they can do lifelong learning. So pedagogy has been brought in here, and in your Bloom's taxonomy, it is not only knowledge you measure, it is the attitude and skills also can be measured. That is the idea of putting it. You can float a company or a situation just to encourage students so that what they are expected to do, tell them very clearly, once you know this, probably you will be employed. So you can always link it to the employment. Many people will take interest, and tell them that after this course, if you go through this rigorously, you are likely to be evaluated for this and your performance will improve on this. And when you do such kind of a problems, basically, students do many things. What I have represented here is only a simple thing. It is called pervious concrete. Water will have to percolate. A lot of rain, water harvesting techniques have come. Many inundation takes place in urban areas nowadays. We'd like to store some water below. But what I teach in the class is to design a concrete which is impervious for a roof or any other element. So we always teach concrete should not contain any water. And that's what I teach normally in the class. But give them a problem, in a real-time problem, something like this is one of them, to design exactly opposite with the contextual knowledge or whatever the contents are given in the class. So they have to look for that information, additionally work in a group, devise something and show you simple manometric, etc., measure, etc. So this is something which is can be called as a complex engineering. Just an example, you can create your own courses which you devise, teach, and probably this kind of activity-based learning will bring in a lot of evidences for you rather than the simple teaching and asking a question and trying to evaluate it was exhibited by many places, etc. Okay. My appeal moving forward for a second cycle problem, more and more people have to do this kind of a complex engineering activities to convince the evaluators that their students are really moving towards that kind of learning. And a simple evaluation of that is a must through rubrics, which was indicated, and probably most of you know how to formulate an rubrics, which should have a performance indicator, whatever you want to measure, and the status, what is exemplary for all these columns have to be designed. And if you can evaluate this kind of activities directly, you can use this PO attainments directly on the PO attainment calculation, which Professor Muthukrishnan was doing. This is something which you can always do. I just wanted to show you. So more importantly, just to summarize, each program, it has to be a cohesive. It is not about individual teachers' brilliance, what evaluators look at. How programs have responded. So if programs can identify 2 to 3 compulsory courses for each PO, be it PO2, PO3 or PO7, if it is possible, or any other activities possible, and then define their COs and devise an evaluation process, whatever you would like to use, either direct methods or indirect methods, set targets and measure them, and keep doing that exercise. So broadly, that system is existent, more or less. It will meet the requirement. So evaluators, when they come, obviously they will look at this kind of a comprehensive COPO articulation matrix. It is asked in 3.1.3, and if that covers all the POs generally, so it is represented, and how you have calculated further through the attainment of course outcomes, which has got a significant weightage of 40 to 50 marks in Tier 2 and Tier 1, and attainment of POs, which is very important. Generally, this is the place where we have seen in last 5 years, many people are not getting significant marks. But as we are seeing last couple of years, quite a significant improvement has happened. Further improvement is possible with the kind of inputs which are given in the morning and with your own efforts subsequently. Probably things will be much better. So what is expected in 3.2.1 is what methods you are using. Direct methods, indirect methods. Define them very clearly. What you use, not what something which you have not used. Okay, that's what is to be clearly told and shown exactly. And record of attainment of all the course outcomes you have to maintain, but you can use only 20 courses for attainment calculation. But when the evaluators come, all the 30 or 40 courses you are teaching at the department, all the course files have to be ready with CO attainment calculation at the end of the semester you are done. So target, etc. was explained to you by Professor Muthukrishnan. Different levels can be defined, but all targets should have a cohort group and the marks. Okay, so many people only say 60% of students will score. What? They will not tell anything. But some people will show 60% of marks they have to score. How many students have to score? So there has to be 2 cohort groups generally. Too low benchmarking sometimes create a problem. We have gone and seen some places people say 50% of the students score only 30% or 35% of the marks. Now that is a very low benchmarking. Sometimes evaluators think that you have benchmarked yourself very low and hence you are showing a very high attainment. And that is not a good representation of what you are or what you want to become in future. So NPA is more of process oriented. Be bold in setting a slightly reasonable target and try to do that significantly. That's what is done. Okay. So some calculation, something like this is expected. You have to write there because there's 40 to 50 marks is there. So whether it will expect some kind of a simple flow chart. How did you arrive at your course outcome calculation and few illustrations and more with course files actually. So but some illustrations are required, something like that. How did you arrive at this yes or no and calculation average, and if some teacher have calculated the course outcomes, whether there is attained or not, etc. can be done. And this information has to go under CO attainment. Subsequently, in this criteria, PO attainment is there. Okay, CO attainment, they have to be aligned properly, good question papers. Constructive alignment has to be done. And of course, you can do average marks, but one are also expected to do the actual attainment of a student individually, not necessarily averaging out all the students, but only if you set some target, if every student passes that, then only you consider. That was explained to you in the morning by Professor Muthukrishnan, that high jump example, etc. Okay, you can do that now. So then program outcomes calculation, very simple. Again, you have direct assessment. Obviously, all your tests, etc. will come as direct. Indirect, something you can do it with your exit survey or alumni survey. Surveys you can do it, combine them properly later. So that has to be represented properly. That is what 3.3.2 in the criteria asks. So this will also show to you. I have presented slightly differently. So different courses and sigma of that, whichever is attained, you take. And probably if it is 3 and if it is 2, you will reduce appropriately. This is 86%. If it is 3 correlation, so you take 3. If it is 2, it is 2 by 3 of this 86 is 57%. So such things you can actually apportion on your own. There is no formula given as of now by NBA. Neither in my personal view can be given because teachers are allowed to innovate. But when you do this, please remember whatever calculation you are putting in here, the learning of a student is being comprehended, computed, and some numbers are given. So let it be reasonable, but don't be lost with so many numbers basically. Okay. So whatever you do, this will give you a direct assessment numbers, and then you will distribute them into indirect number. You will ask, are you, I'm okay or not, etc. Indirect. So some kind of a low weightage you will give, okay, for them, and multiply and comply all of them for the whole batch. Direct assessment, indirect assessment, etc. with various courses you do, and then you, let us say, arrive at the PO calculation. Okay. So once you do that, what is important for evaluators is at the end of that, if they ask you, look, it is 68%. What do you think about this? You should not. Generally, people say, yeah, we got low average attainment and all that, etc. Our students are very bad, they did not do well. It is not something like that in outcome-based education. It simply says that your design experience for the student of this particular batch, if you are calculating batch, or if you are calculating that current assessment years, at that point of time, look, this design experience is not going on properly. This is the indication for you. So go back, which are the courses which are quickly contributing to the design experiment, see whether something can be improved, write it down, discuss in your meetings, and act immediately. That's what is expected of all these calculation and computations. Okay, not merely putting it down and burying them. So whatever you do here is actually your criteria 7, which was explained again in the morning by Professor Muthukrishnan. Okay, so most of the data you can actually use it to describe yourself, how you are shaping yourself into continuous improvement. But unfortunately, when we go many places, people will present a data, something like that, to the evaluator. And when somebody asks, what about this 1.9? What happened here? They will keep on looking at it in computer, keep searching, lost in the data, but not able to explain holistically. So please never lose a bigger picture in PO attainment calculation, or particularly criteria 3, because what all you have done in 2 has to culminate in 3 for a further improvement, which you will be recording at 7. Okay, that's what is expected here. So that's what has been told. They have to be adequately addressed and have a reasonable target and have a good performance of students. Okay. So can you hear me? Am I audible, Professor?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, since we spent some time, I would like to go because criteria 4, 5 give us an opportunity to go a little faster. It's simply because these are quantified parameters. 50% of them are quantifiable, and we cannot make a mistake. Even if we make a mistake, evaluators will correct. If evaluators make a mistake, NBA office is likely to correct in this. So, but only thing is, whoever is filling up this SAR criteria, teachers, be careful in understanding this particular parameter. In fact, in the latest SAR, if you please download latest from NBA website, some numerical data have also been given for your better understanding. Sanction intake is simply what has been permitted for you to admit. So that is pretty forward. This can change also. Suppose if you have changed your intake from 90 to 120, this will come 90 or something like that. Again, is that 120, how much people have been admitted? Now, this year, there is no lateral entry because most states have got the concept of diploma student entering directly in the second year or third semester. So this year, diploma student might not have come, but those who have joined last year, they are in the third semester. So some students are coming and in this year for this particular batch, let us say. So similarly for this batch, you add all of them, this will become the base for total number of students per year. So similarly, NBA expects to calculate the performance of the student, how they have done without backlogs, with backlogs, some information is asked. All this data can be obtained by your result sheets following a particular university seat number. You can always arrive at. For example, this year no exam has taken, so nothing will come. Previous year students will take only first year exam, so out of 100. Now this is the regular sanctioned intake, this is diploma student, this is the additional batch. See, ACT gives some additional batch division. Not many programs have this. If you have, then the number will come out. Most institutions it will not come. Okay, that's why I not put any numbers here. So because first year they cannot take, nothing is there. Particularly for this batch, if you track, out of 100 students in the first year, 50 students passed. Out of that 50, 45 people only passed in the second year. Out of this 24, 4 people passed. So like that, you have to take these results and try to put it properly. And once this data is ready for with backlog, and those who have graduated successfully. Without backlog means they might have, with backlog is, they might have failed in 1 or 2 subjects in first year or second year or third year. But within 4 years period, if they have passed, that data is slightly better. But if they have failed even in one place, we don't want to count them. That is just like to know how people are performing. Once those data are ready, criteria 4 runs smoothly, very simple. You yourself can calculate all this. If your students enrolled is more than 90%, that is simply how many admitted and what is the sanction, 100 by 120, let us say. Whatever number it comes, you can actually count these marks. And how many students passed without backlogs or with backlogs, whatever it is. So success rate, or whatever number, the total number of students, how many people who have graduated without backlogs, only 23. But if you take a ratio, obviously it will be very less. For subsequent years, you have to calculate, take an average, you get a index. And if you multiply that success index for the total marks allocated, let us say 25, you get whatever the marks you are getting. So better, more and more your students perform well without any backlogs, they are going to maximize these marks actually. Similarly, without that period, you can calculate. So 150, these people will be slightly more, they might have only failed 1 or 2 subjects. That can happen to any student, let us say. So hence you are likely to perform slightly better here. And then if you multiply that index with the maximum marks here, you get more marks. Success rate without with backlogs is weighted slightly low, then something which people have failed, obviously that is more important, and hence more marks have been given there. Okay, just for information. In addition, of course, some academic performances you have to take. The average marks you can take based on the total success number, and if you divide y by z into x, an example is given here. Let us say the total performance that can be improved or decreased depending upon the year of students. So total number of successful students, you divide that appeared student, you get this number y by z into x. So you get this average of that. If you multiply by 1.5, you get the actual mark. So like that, you can calculate academic performance index for second year and third year. It's possible to do simple substitution of formula. Most people do this. But only thing is, we have not included final year because that is more of a project, etc. First year has been accommodated separately in criteria 8. That's what. One more important thing, of course, placement. A lot of weightage has been given here. So if you have got a good placement records, and if the students are doing well in higher education, applying for higher education, and if you are encouraging some entrepreneurship activities, all that can be computed simple XYZ plus divided by final year students, not the admitted student here. You get the percentage and we multiply it by 40, you are likely to get a very significant marks on that. In addition, this criteria also looks at all the activities which your students do, with professional society activities, publication which they do, and whatever participation which you are encouraging your student. Please collect all that information and write it very well. Have the documents, and when evaluators come, show that evidence, and this is basically based on evidence only. So more and more you can document it and show it. You are likely to get almost full marks here as far as this particular 4.6 is concerned under criteria 4. So that's about criteria 4, which is pretty forward, straightforward. You cannot make a mistake mostly there. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Thank you. So moving on, this is very important. We'll take a minute here. Basically, so name of the faculty member, etc., criteria of faculty information. A lot of people ask this question, and even evaluator come also are likely to spend significant time in ascertaining what type of faculty are there, etc. Because this is one of the statutory requirements, 1:20. Some confusion, but let us say now NBA has streamlined it to the extent possible. Should not be having any doubt now, more or less, from morning clarification by Dr. Nazar. So you have to give this detail very clearly. So who is the faculty member? What is his degree? When did he get it? When did he get it? When did he join? What is the designation? Previous and present designation, and few academic records, how many papers, PhD, etc. More importantly, whether he is associated with you now or not, because evaluation goes year-wise, current academic year, -1, -2. He can be there previous year, he cannot be there this year, or vice versa. He might have joined this academic year, etc. So if he has joined, so nature of association, letter or contract. So this date is very important, because computer is likely to calculate automatically now with the EMBA coming into picture. If a faculty member is working in your program from August of this year to the April of next year, for overall about 9 months, generally is considered for the student-faculty ratio calculation. So that has been more or less formalized. Most evaluators will be looking at that kind of an information. So have a clear data, there is no confusion. When it comes to calculation of student-faculty ratio, now it has been made to department, not the program. Earlier there was a lot of confusion for UG, PG, that fraction load. It was so much confusing for the evaluators. Now it has been simplified. Whatever number of programs you are going to float, please float, offer, but calculation for the ratio of student to faculty will be for the whole department. And hence, we would like to see all the students in the department. Let us say you are second year student, third year student, fourth year student for an undergraduate program. If you have 2 undergraduate program, those students will be added here. And all the postgraduate program, any number of postgraduate program. So combine all that student. UG student, second year, third year, fourth year, not first year. PG both. For UG students, sanctioned intake plus actual admitted by lateral entry. We are not going by the percentage of the lateral entry. If out of 20 people who are supposed to join, only 10 have joined, just you have to put 10 only. But for UG, if 120 is the sanctioned intake, you have to count 120. That is the confusion generally people argue. Okay. Second one, PG sanctioned intake, whatever may be the joining percentage, etc. So once you get that data, you get a total number of students. Then total number of faculty, simple. Whoever has been registered, drawing salary through your department will be counted. Except excluding first year faculty. For example, if one of the faculty is teaching only first year only, then there is a problem. But if even if he is teaching 50% here, 50% there, now MBA as a policy, as I understand from member secretary, he will be counted for the department. He will not be counted for the first year. You can lose marks there in first year, please remember. So you will do well to recruit somebody for that kind of a thing on first year level separately. So this is more or less clear now. So once you do that, student faculty ratio is possible. So this is a neat table which has been provided. You just have to fill up. Somebody has filled up like that. Let us say for a second year student, third year student, fourth year student, add them. 2 PGs, let us say 36, another 2 PG, 1 PG, 2 PG, 36, all of them put together, let us say current accounting minus 702. And number of faculty in that year was only 40. Though they had the 2 previous years 51, somebody left, doesn't matter. So you count them accordingly, whoever was there. Attrition could be there. But you divide this by 40, you get what is known as student faculty ratio. Take an average of that, you get your average faculty ratio. This was told very clearly to maintain at around 1:20. Please don't try to operate at 1:24.5, 1:25.2 and try to make an appeal and etc. Because it is very clearly told by the member secretary in the morning. The thinking behind is 1:20, but some vacant position in some of the government colleges, aided college, I understand, I come from that kind of a background. It's not easy to recruit people quickly. So if some people have retired, etc., that will give you a margin of that 5 from 20 to 25, let us say, for 3 years at least. Otherwise, you are punished for no fault of yours, even though you are an excellent program, running a program. That is the idea. Or some people who might have recruited for their own personal reasons may leave at the immediately at their own instances. So there is nothing you can do as a head of the department or a principal or a director. In such situations, it will be still within 25. Your programs keep doing very well. That is the idea. So there is regular faculty and other faculty. This was explained by Dr. Nasa in the morning, so I will skip that. So when you get about 1:20 to 25 now, 15 has been made is to 1:20 now for even 6 years, you are likely to get marks between 20 to 10, if up to 25. If it crosses 25, 0 marks, and also no accreditation. Please make a note of that. So faculty cadre ratio is simple. AICT wants 1:6. More weightage has been given to professor and less to associate professor, a little less to assistant professor. So suppose if we get AF1 and AF2, if there is no professor and if there is no associate professor, you get 0 marks and hence no accreditation. One of the accreditation criteria is that you have to have one professor or one associate professor, and hence it's a straightforward case. But if you have somebody, required can be calculated by the total students as per previous section 5.1, which is, let us say, we counted, let us say 702 just for calculation. And if you divide by the student faculty ratio of AICT 20, to maintain a student faculty ratio of 20, if you divide it by, so you need about 35. So accordingly, by this ratio, you can distribute, you need about 4 professor, 8 associate professor, and about 23 assistant professor. Then whoever is available, if you take a ratio multiply, you get the corresponding marks accordingly, and nothing can change out of that because it is straightforward and evidences will be very clear to the evaluator. Faculty qualification is straightforward. A lot of weightage has been given for PhD. Ideally, all of your teachers are PhD, like IITs, MITs, you get full marks here. But even at least 50 to 60% if you have got PhD, more or less you will get full marks here. That is the idea. Retention is simple. If you are a good institution or a program, your teachers are not likely to leave. But even if some people leave, doesn't matter, more than 90% full marks. But if it goes below 75%, some marks are deducted accordingly. That up to 5.4 or formula based and quantified, and you are likely to get the marks, whatever you have. Now becomes SAR presentation becomes important for the program. So if anything is done by your teachers, please include, write it with illustration, whatever they do in terms of ICT, delivery of instruction methods, assessment, anything you have done, and have some kind of a documentary evidence to show for evaluators, you are likely to get good marks there. Faculty and training activities, STTPs, we expect at least 50% of your required faculty. let us say your required faculty is 30, 15 of them at least should go or continue their activities through some of the activities like STTPs. If they do it for 5 days, if they get 5 points here. If they do it for less than 5 days, they get about 3 points here. So have that document, collect their certificates, put it nicely in a file, and when evaluators come, you can show them. 50. So suppose if 30, a good department should plan, let us say 30, out of total 30, 15 of them will go this year, remaining 15 can go in this year, and the first 15 can come back and do this year in order to save money if your management is really put a cap on your budget, let us say. Otherwise, most welcome if all of them go. Research and development has been made little pragmatic. Anything you do, either you take PhD or give PhD or publish during that process, both guide and the students, that will be counted. Only thing is they have to be in a good indexed journal citation, be it Scoopers or Web of Science or any other. Show that systematically. Once you show that quality publications and documentary evidence, generally evaluators will be very happy to award marks value. So sponsored research is straight away. Last 3 years, any number of faculty put together, if it is more than 20 lakhs, you get full marks. Less than that, accordingly, marks will reduce. Similarly, consultancy. All faculty put together, cumulative, if it is more than 10, 5 marks, otherwise reduces. Any development activity, not everybody should be involved in research and consultancy. Any other thing your teachers do, some of them are excellent in other activities, let us say. Anything you do, writing books, monograms, research laboratories, any product you develop based on your work, all that has to be documented and you are likely to get about 5 marks here. So this is very important because faculty is very important, I will tell you why. So faculty performance appraisal, it is generally expected that some kind of an appraisal is done for the teachers, and what kind of performance you have put. You can simply follow AICT or UGC, whichever one, adopt it through your board of governors and then follow. So for putting it, the performance is about some marks, but implementation and transparency, etc., will get more marks. But don't put any of the actions you have taken in the SAR, etc. It's not required. You tell the system. But when evaluators come, probably you have to show those confidential documents to the evaluator just to make a case that you follow this very diligently. So this is almost 20 to 25 marks in different criteria, so we should not like to lose them. That's what IMBA expects. In addition, of course, it's always encouraged. Most programs do whenever we go. Some good industry experts are coming and delivering. But most importantly, MBA wants a continuation. For example, a good expert, if he comes and do it continually, some of the things which you do for about 50 years, that is likely to go for students' benefit in that particular area instead of only assorted people coming and talking randomly. That is the idea. So if you can show 50 hours of a particular person in your area, let us say sustainable development, if that is one of the issues, you are calling some people to talk on sustainable development. For 50 hours, there is an excellent way of presenting. Though it is not in your syllabus, you are giving it to your student. That is the idea. So that is about 9 criteria, about criteria 5, which is very important, particularly for Tier 2 institution. Even for 3 years, you have to get 40% of marks out of 200. Unless you get 80 marks in the faculty, you are not going to cross the mark for accreditation, and hence it becomes important. You look at that. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Yes. I will take only about 7 to 8 minutes from here on, because it is mostly something which most programs have to fill up only. Evaluators will actually evaluate when they go and come. So these are straightforward tables which have been created for you. So please fill up these tables as sought. But evaluators, when they come, will be looking at the competency of your technical staff and their availability, adequately. Because in some places there is only one person doing 5 labs. So that is not correct, actually. So they will be looking at in terms of that. Most institutions will be developing and adding few facilities. If you are adding facilities, please make a note of them. Why are they being created and how are they being utilized, and are they serving any attainment of your program outcomes? That will be more interesting and relevant. If that information is there, this criteria is evaluated. And of course, maintenance and ambience of the laboratory evaluators will go around when they visit your laboratory and collect information. That's very subjective, but then that's how we would like to know what kind of safety measures which people have followed. In addition, NBA has introduced a couple of years back when it was deliberated. Many institutions, quite a few programs do not have a postgraduate program or a PhD. In such a case, it becomes important for undergraduate students to experiment quite a bit research-based. There will be 20 to 30% of students, let us say. So if managements or programs can create a project laboratory, universal laboratory, or program department level, that will have a significant impact. So that is in order to encourage that. This has been created, about 25 marks are there. Many people lose out, but it will be a good idea for the leaders, academic leaders to look at it and create an ambience. Now that activity-based learning is more and more prevalent, these kind of laboratories are likely to help them. In addition to that, once you do that, that's criteria 6 facilities, pretty straightforward. Nobody can miss out. If you have facilities, represent it properly in self-assessment report, write clearly, put pictures. When evaluators come, show it, and once it is done, you are there. Okay. Lastly, criteria 7 for the program people, department level, continuous improvement. Now, this was explained by Dr. Muthukrishnan in the morning beautifully. I will not spend enough time, but I am only like to say how probably evaluators would like to look at it. So what you have written on current academic -1, let us say you have set a target of 2.1, you attained only 1.9, you made some observation and you did some action. That is previous year. So we would like to see what did you promise there, what action you said, and did you do that? And if you did that, what happened to your target? What did you do at attainment level? So something like that linked with CA -2, -1, minus current academic year. Generally, evaluators are expected to look at continuous improvement. But my submission is, if you have done your criteria 3 and 2 and 3 well, criteria 7 is automatically taken care, and in fact, continuous improvement will become core of the self-assessment report moving forward in the second cycle and third cycles for any country. That's what has been already done in advanced countries. So most of the SAR will start revolving with respect to continuous improvement, and hence we would like to give more importance to that. In addition, it is not about scratching your back and my back. If programs are willing to call some outside experts for academic audit, submit all the learning process or whatever it is there for conduction of an audit, and anything which comes, how effectively they have implemented, that will be looked upon in this particular criteria. Of course, these 3 improvement in placement higher studies, most of the data you will get only from criteria 4.6, and then improvement in quality of students admitted, you get from admission office. Year after years, how students have come from either institutional ranking or state ranking or nationwide ranking, but whatever day of your admission. That is a simple, straightforward table. Evaluators will look at whether it is improved or not improved. If not improved, what are the circumstances it was not improved, and evaluation will be completed accordingly. So this one does not take much time, because this is exactly a replica of criteria 1 to 7 what we discussed, but for the first year. Only difference could be this is generally handled at the institutes at institute level, most probably by the teachers who teach first year level courses, physics, chemistry, maths, or humanities, or any one of them. Probably a dean or a vice principal or a very senior faculty will be in charge of such things, in academics probably. But this will be common to all the programs which you apply for accreditation, and hence has to be prepared carefully. If you get low marks here, if you miss some data, that will reflect on all the programs. So every marks count here. That's the only thing I would like to say, but otherwise the formation is very important. Here, for student-faculty ratio, we will be considering only the regular faculty which are shown for the first year, basically. Okay. Nowadays, it is very clear on that. So faculty qualification is same, 5x by 3y, academic performance for first year only, attainment of coursework for first year courses which you are teaching, 2 semester, maybe about 8 to 10 courses, record of the attainment in a very similar fashion what was discussed, and attainment of those courses corresponding about 8 to 10 courses which are PO. Mostly it will be PO 1, 2, sometimes 7, 8, environment, sustainability or ethics if it is taught in the first year in few universities, or any independent learning is given, something like that. Okay, but design may not come unless somebody is doing in the first year itself some kind of a design concepts, which we have seen in some institutions which are doing very well. Based on that, of course, continuous improvement is there. So 9 and 10 are more or less institutional, preparedness. What kind of proctor system? How are you teaching your students? Basically, what kind of way of monitoring the progress of a student? What kind of support he gets is looked at it. Generally, chairman of the committee will be looking at this. What kind of feedback? How frequently you take? Etc. All that will be, you have to write it down very clearly, do some samples and present it very diligently and show it to the chairman when he comes these particular files, only one. And whatever marks you get in 9 and 10 will be distributed to all the programs. So similarly, feedback on what kind of self-learning facilities you have created for the students to encourage, generally either in library or in program or any other way you have created, many people do differently. All that can come and be presented here. Placement and training is there in every institute. We have seen quite a bit of work is generally done, so that will be evaluated and give a good account of your activities there in this particular sub-criteria. Nowadays, India wants more and more entrepreneurs, and any work you do will be appreciated, and hence this sub-criteria will come there. All the activities which your students do at institute level or at program level, extracurricular and curricular, will be counted here. Now, most importantly, AICT recently has run some activity points. Probably your students will be doing many of them, so if you can club them here, so more or less this criteria will take care of that particular activities. Lastly, how good is your institution, how you have formed yourself, what kind of policies you have, what kind of governance you follow, how frequently you meet, any rules or policies made, are they available right from the down, or only 1 or 2 people are controlling the whole? And that will be looked into by the chairman. Nobody will comment on the way you function. That is not our purpose by MBA. But generally, if it is disseminated properly, decentralized, delegated, and a good budget, and all the documents you do are very transparent, available in the website or to anybody through rule books, etc. And then a good budget, a very transparent in your income and what type of money you are spending on student. If the more you spend, it will come expenditure here. If you save more money, it will come less based on your total income. So that kind of a data, how are you using those funds at the institute level, and what kind of budget allocation is done to the programs, because any of these activities need some kind of money, and it gives some indication to the chairman and to the evaluation committee how flow of funds is happening. If that is happening, so further activities are likely to happen. So that will be evaluated in this particular criteria. Lastly, library and internet, of course, they are important component that can be checked very effectively nowadays. Library will speak to itself generally, and internet can be checked right on the mobile, the speed, etc., whatever you say. But if ACD 0 deficiency is there, more or less it actually confirms that you are all right. Okay, so that is how evaluation is done. Governance is very important, but it is important for you to get more marks out of this 220, 8, 9, 10, collectively 220. If you score more and more out of this 180, 170, nearer to 200, 220, that marks will be transferred to your programs. Even that will add on to the overall 6 years accreditation, and hence you should write it very clearly and then have a documentary evidence. So this is about overview of self-assessment report. Sorry, I have to rush a few places. I think I have done my best in the available time provided to me. Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you so much, sir.
Sorry, we are late for lunch, but Professor Muthu Krishnan took about 20 minutes of mine.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you, sir, so much. I have an announcement for the participants. Participants are requested to fill the feedback and the certificate form. The link has been shared in the chat box of WebEx as well as YouTube comment box. The certificates will be issued only if you fill the feedback form. So I request participants to kindly fill the feedback form. Link has been shared in the chat box. Now we will go ahead and take some questions. I request the participants to kindly click on a raise hand icon in WebEx if you have any questions so that we can unmute you. So we are not allowing raise your hands if you have any questions so that we can unmute you. Thank you. Is there any question from the participants?
I think they are all tired and waiting for lunch.
But by then I can share one question which was shared earlier in the morning 10 o'clock by Amitabh Sharma sir. He had a question about, sir, what will be the conditions now for those institutes who had already submitted ESAR and the expert team Corona period?
Can you repeat that? There was some disturbance.
Yeah, sure, sir. This is a question from Amitabh Sharma, sir. He had a question, what will be the conditions now for those institutes who had already submitted ESAR and the expert team visit was due during this Corona period?
Sir, Muthu Krishnan, you would like to answer or shall I answer?
Go ahead.
Yeah, no. Based on what we have heard from the member secretary and chairman in the couple of similar meetings last couple of days, during this pandemic, the evaluators are very difficult to get them. Now, I see Professor Dr. Nasa joining this interaction. Why don't you ask this question to him, because he is the right person to answer this. Can you repeat this? Sir, can you hear us, Professor Nasa? Dr. Nasa? Hello? Okay, so I will answer. So up to February, there is no way the physical meetings are happening in any case. Okay, so those who have applied for a fresh application, physical visits have to happen, but up to Feb, it is unlikely that any visits are likely to happen. Okay, have I answered? Hello?
Yes, sir.
See whether Dr. Nasa is connected.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. What is her question?
Question was, many people have submitted their SIR in the last 7-8 months. What is the status of them? When will the visits happen?
So we are going to have a pilot visit, as I think I had discussed with Rangnath ji also. We are trying to have one visit which will be a model visit based on the blended mode, where we will have all the team members available online and one member will be visiting the institute. We are going to pilot it very soon. If it is successful, then definitely we will continue. Otherwise, we had spoken to rather more than 50 experts. None of them is ready to go to any institution. So we will see one blended visit, maybe after 15-20 blended mode visit after 15-20 days. If it is successful, we will replicate. Otherwise, we will have to wait for some time.
Sir, I have a question. Do we have to define competencies and PIs for PSOs as well?
Professor Muthu Krishnan, answer that.
Can you repeat? There's some noise getting injected.
Yeah, do we have to define competencies and PIs, performance indicators for PSOs?
It will be useful, you see, the idea is that if the PSO is, is not, if you can't connect it with CO in a clear-cut manner, it's a good idea to break it down into competency and PI. You see, competency and PI are most useful for designing student assessment, but they're also useful in thinking about how you're developing your outcomes. So I would say that you should attempt to break down all program outcomes into competencies and PIs, and for the standard program outcomes, it's already given in ASCT, so you have a starting point. Okay, but your PSO, you're designing with some specific additional aspect about that program in mind. Like I mentioned, all disciplines now they want something related with IT type skills. Because no matter even if it's a domain job, they have requirement for leveraging current technologies. So from that point of view, you might want to break it down into some competency and performance indicator.
Okay, thank you, sir. I have one more question. I would like to have a little bit explanation about program-specific criteria.
Program-specific criteria?
Yeah, I think it's there in PO criterion 3, I suppose. And we are supposed to discuss every teacher's competence. I suppose. That's the meaning that I have taken about.
There are some program-specific criteria in the SAR in some sections.
Yes, yes.
And what, for example, budget, so some of them have been now simplified to department criteria, like faculty counting and so on. But some of them are still in terms of program. This is because, we want to know what is the kind of financial inputs, or more importantly, what are the kind of additional academic facilities that have been created for a particular program. It could be a PG program, it could be a UG program. From that point of view, there are certain program-specific criteria. For example, first-year common courses generally can be taught in the same manner for all branches, all disciplines. But it's also possible, I know one college where they have modules in mathematics course and different set of modules are composed for different branches of students, so that it connects with the mathematics that they'll be later studying in the core curriculum of that program. So these are some possibilities. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yeah.
Hello, can I add on to that?
Please.
Yeah. See, if your specific question is program specific criteria which was there in SAR earlier, 2016, that has been modified. There is no such thing where you would have mapped your curriculum to the one of the standard association, the association of civil engineers or computer science, etc., and then competency of the teachers to whether they can teach or not. Now that has been modified, and no such specific criteria is there in the essay in the present. As I have presented, no such criteria. But otherwise, the other criteria have been distributed as Professor explained to you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
Hello. Hello.
Question?
Hello.
Yeah. Please ask the question. Yeah. Dr. Dabe, please ask the question.
Yeah. My question is that I feel that COPO mapping is always questionable. So how to decide, that which mapping can be better? And my second question is that to how many POs one CO need to be mapped?
Yeah. Can I respond? Okay. I'll take the second question. How many POs have to be marked? That's what you asked, right? In the COPO mapping, I suppose. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. You see, you should map only those COs which directly connect with PO. For example, a mathematics course You can map it to PO1 with 3 only if you are justified in terms of applications of mathematics, because PO1 reads application of or use of mathematics, engineering, sciences and engineering fundamentals for solving problems. Okay, so solving engineering problems. So if your mathematics course is only about teaching mathematics, you cannot put a 3 there. Maximum you can put is a 1, all right, or maybe a 2. Well, you can elaborate and say I'll put 1.5. There's no end to this. It's like, you can grade students on 4 points, A, B, C, D. You can grade them in 8 points, A plus, B, B plus, etc. Outstanding and so on. So it's a question of, how granular you want to make your connection between a course outcome and a corresponding program outcome. So the way I would suggest is that first fill all the blanks. That's the easiest thing to do. That means that course outcome has negligible contribution to a program outcome, which will be the case for many columns, many POs. Then fill in the 1s and 2s and 3s carefully, only the which are not left out as blanks. That way, you do the simple thing first, and then when you put the 3s, 2s and 1s, you apply thought whether you will do enough justification in terms of teaching, learning and assessment in that course for the 3 to be justified or 2 to be justified.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for answering the questions of most of the participants. Now, taking into consideration the time constraints, we'll be moving to the end of this webinar. I would request Dr. Nasa, sir, to present vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Very much. I'm extremely delighted to see the response of the participants and the enthusiasm of various participants and the College of Engineering, those who have attended this webinar. I am extremely thankful to Professor C.R. Muthukrishnan, Professor R.V. Ranganath ji. Professor Muthukrishnan has been a guide, mentor to us, and I'm very happy that he has shared his valuable experience with all of you. I would like to express my sincere thanks to Professor C.R. Muthukrishnan sir, and also Professor R.V. Ranganath ji, who has been helping me in NBA. Me means NBA, our NBA, I think for the last 5 years. And he has been instrumental in preparing our self-assessment report of Tier 1 and later on Tier 2 also. I remember when I joined NBA, Professor Muthukrishnan sir came to know that I have joined NBA. He contacted me. With great respect, I thanked him that he got hold of my numbers from somewhere because I was not in touch with him. I'm extremely thankful to Professor C.R. Muthukrishnan sir for giving such a respect and has taken NBA since then to these heights. I'm extremely thankful to Professor Muthukrishnan and Professor Ranganath, who has helped NBA achieving its objectives. There are so many others. And I'm extremely thankful to Professor B.B. Ahuja. He is in all my committees. He is our DC member, he is our EC member, and he is our EEAC member. A thorough gentleman and my very good friend. Whenever I needed some assistance in outcome-based accreditation or even at the personal level, he has come forward, always to help us. and helped me in particular also. I'm really thankful to Professor B.B. Ahuja sir and the entire faculty of College of Engineering, Pune, because they were the first to get 6 years accreditation along with PMS College of Engineering, Bangalore. And I took this opportunity to spread this awareness amongst various faculty members with the help of the faculty of both these institutions. I'm extremely thankful to Professor Ahuja and the entire team of College of Engineering, Pune for spreading the awareness of outcome-based accreditation, since it was a new concept at that time. I'm also thankful to Professor K.K. Agrawal ji. He has also been associated with us for the last 6 years. He has been the chairman of Engineering Evaluation Committee for Tier 2 institutions and also has been visiting team chair for Tier 1 institutions. For the last 2 years, he is our chairman NBA, and with his guidance and sincere efforts, we had been able to take NBA to a credible institution. I'm extremely thankful to Dr. Abhay Wagh. He is my friend since last 20 years. We had been working from Ministry for Polytechnics, for engineering colleges, various moderation workshops, and so many other things, even the community polytechnics also. And he had been always in a helping attitude. He always helped us. And whatever best possible way he could do, he could implement the scheme in coordination with the Ministry of HRD. He has always been there with us. I'm extremely thankful to Dr. Abhay Wagh also. And my sincere thanks to all those in COEP who have been working hard to make this event a very great success. And I'm thankful to my entire team, particularly Sanmol ji and our young man Atma Ramji, Sir Atma Ramji, who has been a source of inspiration for all of us. He is, I call him as a 73 years old young man. I am 58 years old, but he is 73-year young man. So I take the inspiration from him. Whenever you talk to him, give him some work, he'll immediately rush and do the work. He has always been on toes, which is very difficult at this age. I'm thankful to Atma Ramji and Sanmol ji, and thanks to all the participants who have been listening. Their main duty is to teach, but this is the time when they have to listen. And I'm extremely thankful to all the participants, heads of the institutions, maybe some of the managements of various institutions and the faculty members who have attended this. With these remarks, I thank all of you. If you have any queries, kindly send it to us. Maybe you can send it to Professor Ahuja also, Professor Rangnath ji and Professor C.R. Muthukrishnan ji and Chairman NBA. And we'll be happy to resolve that. If you have any issues, we are always there to help you. With these remarks, Vaida ji.
Yes, sir.
I'm very much thankful to Wahida Atar ji.
Thank
you. She has been coordinating the entire workshop, and we have seen her.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your kind words.
Though I have been seeing you for the first time, but I have been seeing you and listening you.
Yes, sir.
I'm just thankful to you for making this event a success. Whenever we'll come to Pune, we'll definitely meet.
Sure,
Thank
sure.
you. Thanks one and all. If I have missed somebody, kindly excuse me, and thanks to all of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vaidyanti. It's an excellent coordination. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Pune and Directorate of Technical Education, Mumbai. I thank all the dignitaries from NBA for this very informative session and all the participants for their outstanding response. All are now requested to stand for the national anthem. I'll soon share the screen. Thank you so much.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Yeah, thank you. Thanks everyone, all the participants as well as all the dignitaries, speakers and all. So there are a lot more questions on the chat box. We will just collect those questions and as Nasa sir mentioned, we will be sharing all those questions and you will get the reply to that through some or the other source. So due to time constraints and all, we could not take all these questions, even the experts could not take. So thanks for everything. Thanks for joining this session. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. I am waiting for the questions.
A kind request to all the participants, if you have not filled the feedback form, kindly fill the feedback form. The link has been already shared in the chat box as well as it is available in the YouTube comment box. The certificates will be issued only if you fill the feedback form. Thank you so much. PPTs will be shared later. Once we receive it from the speakers, we will be sharing the presentations.